Some more. Ooh. Good evening, greetings, and salutations. This is Passionate Bliss. This is my very first live, and I am attempting to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, everything sounds good. So, maybe I'll play my little intro and see what happens. Oops. Guess not. Turn it down. Let me join myself. Okay, well, the show must go on. Good evening, greetings, and salutations. I guess I can figure things out as I go along. My name is Passionate Bliss, and as you can tell by the title, the topic for the night is why do Black men attack or abandon Black women? I added abandon. And do Black men actually hate Black women? This is something that, I have wondered, and based on what I'm seeing, based on what I hear, based on reports and what's in the news. Okay, for instance, 9 months ago, I did a video on Stephen Jesse Jackson, who was an NBA player. He's retired for many years. He was. He decided to take to his social media, um, Instagram, and tell our young Black men that the biggest downfall of a successful Black man is a bitter Black woman. And he talked about how his baby mama, um, several of them he has, how they keep coming after him for child support, and he claims that they will not allow him to see adult children. But he decided that it was his intent to help them learn from his mistake and to blame bitter Black women for the downfall of successful Black men. All right. Then also a year ago, I did a video. NBA player. His name was Patrick Patterson. He called Black women bulldogs, referred to them as bulldogs. And so this is what he had to say about us. He has a white wife. And Stephen Jesse Jackson, he's engaged to someone who was racially ambiguous. I don't know what she is. And then also in the news 2 weeks ago in Harlem, New York, there was a Black woman who was attacked, and that includes that she was kicked, she was bitten in the face after she rejected a Black man's advances to her in a store, followed her to the car, and they attacked her. I can't imagine what she could have said that would have been that bad that she had to actually be attacked in that manner. And so just looking at the patterns and some of the things I've heard, as I walk through the YouTube streets and I look around, these are some things that I've heard that, cause me some concern. And so I felt it was worthy of a chat. It was worthy of a conversation, And so I put together this little topic for tonight. Why do Black men attack or abandon Black women? And do black men actually hate black women? Because sometimes it comes off as hate speech when you hear some of them talk about black women, especially if you hear them can talk and they compare us to other races of women. They love to say that Latino women are so much better. They're more submissive, they say. They love to talk about Chinese or Oriental women, how, submissive they are. Um, and white women, of course. They talk about these other races and how great they are to be with and how we are, undesirable. And so these are the reasons that they give for why they, attack, abandon black women or hate black women. Okay. The reasons they give are these. They say that black women are masculine. Okay. Okay. So what does that mean? Strong willed, from what I can see. Maybe opinionated, maybe, they'll talk to you just like you talk to them. They don't have to defer to you, and be docile. And so, they say that black women are masculine, even though we have actually had to take on the male role as provider for our children, for our families. They still want to call us as masculine, even though that they've abandoned black women, 72% being raised in single parent homes. The children are. They've abandoned black women, so they've had to assume a masculine role, but they want to criticize us for being masculine. Okay, so that's interesting to me. And then also, reasons they give is that we have attitudes. You know, I don't know, exactly what that means. So I kind of had hoped that I could have a male. Maybe a male will wander in. I'll find out what they mean by that. That we have attitudes. They also have said that we're critical. And I was reading an article, in essence, a little while ago when I did my video on what is it black men want from black women. They had done a study or a little survey with men, and they had said that we don't uplift and support them when they're down or when they're just starting out, that we want them to come to us with everything already prepared, lined up, and set for them to enjoy the good life. Okay. And so they've also said that we are gold diggers. They have said that as well. Um, they have said that they are abandoning black women or they attack black women because we act like we don't want to be bothered when we're in public. Okay, they've said that. They have said that we don't have a fun, carefree approach to dating. Okay, we're not fun girls. Okay, and so these are some of the reasons that black men have stated that they, they don't want black women. They abandon black women, and often they verbally attack us and even physically attack us in the examples that I cited. Okay. I have also seen where they have had instances say that we are not nurturing. We act as if nurturing is a chore. And so I have some thoughts on that. Then they have also said that we are sexually inhibited. Okay. And that other races in comparison are more inviting. Okay. And so these are some reasons that they have given, that I have seen why black men have a hostile attitude towards black women. Now, asking me what I think, I'll tell you what I think on some of these things. I think that the reason why black men and it seems like the ones that are so vocal are the ones that hate black women. Now, the black men that love black women, they don't have, I don't know. I don't know if they're speaking up for us or if they're just speaking up real low and nobody can hear them. Hi, Courtney Omega. Welcome. Good evening. Okay. I just got started talking. And so I was just, having conversations with the chatters that will be there eventually. We were talking about why black men attack or abandon black women. And do black men actually hate black women? Because I actually, especially when I'm in certain parts of whether it's social media or even in public places or you hear private conversations, they just seem like they're always attacking black women. And so the reasons I think they do is they have mommy issues. Somebody's mommy was not there. Somebody's mommy did not protect them. Maybe somebody's mommy abused them or really hurt them. And so they carried that away with them into adulthood. And they had a hidden hatred or resentment towards black women, I think. I actually think that's one of the major reasons. But the thing is that a lot of these people, they're very closed who have these negative opinions of black women. They're very closed off, very closed minded. And they will never open up enough to tell you, yeah, my mom was, abusive to me. Yeah, she was ugly to me. Yeah, she's, would speak to me this way. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, Black Illuminati. Oh, was she in here? I saw her earlier. I just saw her little comment. And Black Illuminati, I do believe that, that a lot of it is, I think I have down there too at one point that there's, they feel intimidated by us a lot of times. Let me see if I can figure out how to get people up here. If I can open it up, I'll figure out how to even drop the link. Let's see. Okay, let's see. So now, how do you drop the link? Like I'll pick on more, and it says post a comment, it says layout, architectural settings, and it says cancel. So let me get out of there. It says guest. Copy the clipboard. And then how do I do it? You know what? Let me see this. Okay, let me see. Can I do it? Can I do it? Okay, so did let me say good evening. So good evening, everyone. Good evening, Neo. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the room. But yeah, so I was just saying how the reasons why I think there's some of those things were happening the way they were. I do think a lot of these gentlemen have mommy issues, and I think because it calls for a certain level of vulnerability, they will never admit that they have these mommy issues, and so it's difficult to work on them or get past them if you won't even admit them because you feel like, I don't know, it makes you look less masculine if you admit that you have issues with your mother or maybe your grandmother. Um, okay, and then also I feel like, like Black Illuminati said, that they often find us very intimidating because the thing of it is that, we have for 48 years 72% of our children steadily increasing that are being raised in a single parent home. The women have had to take on a masculine role as provider, and they have had to, step it up because now they have a family to support. So they have gotten an education. They have, tried for career advancement. They have done what it takes to get promotions. And so they have taken these steps to go farther. And there is a belief that systematically they have been encouraged to go farther, deliberately by a agenda, so the Black men will feel inferior to Black women. I can't say that I deny that, but the women have advanced a lot more than men have in a lot of areas, which is documented. Um, and so maybe once a woman gets so accomplished that the Black men, I think a lot of them are intimidated. I actually heard somebody, I was in a hairdresser, and I heard a young man, there was a young girl that she walked out, and she was very attractive. She was really fit. She had on these, spandex. They wear everything in spandex now, but she had on this spandex outfit, and so she got her hair done, and so she was looking cute. And then she left out, and she went and got in her car, and it was a Mercedes. And the hairdresser's son was in there, and he was looking at her, and he was saying, she sure look good. And his mama said, well, go talk to him. His mom was a hairdresser. She said, well, go talk to her. He said, I can't talk to her. I can't afford her car. And she said, what does that mean, that you can't afford her because you can't afford her car? So he didn't answer. He didn't say anything else. But so I could see how, he liked her. He would have talked to her. Maybe, I don't know, maybe she had gotten into a Honda. Would he have talked to her if she had a Honda? But he said he couldn't afford her car, so he didn't, have the conversation with her. And so that was clear intimidation right there. He was scared of her car. And also I feel like some of this is triggered by, some issues of self-hatred that some of these gentlemen may have because they have allowed society to emasculate them to the point where they begin to believe the propaganda that maybe they are inferior, maybe they're not as smart, maybe they're not as attractive, and it's evident because people are, chopping up their noses and, and rearranging their faces so they can look, more European in their features. So it works. Some people think that, my nose is not, is too big, my lips are too full, and so and if you think about the example of Little Kim, she's totally botched her face. She doesn't even look human. She looks like a puppet or something of some type because she's, tried to adhere to that standard. And, she's chopped up her face to do it. So, I feel like that's something that takes place and people may not even be aware of it. There is a self-hatred. So when you see me and you look at me and I look like you, then you know you hate me too. So I feel like that's what's going on. Let me see, women, Black Illuminati, you said the women can really write if given the opportunity, but men keep wanting to write music for them. And if they don't, they call the music trash. Oh, you mean the celebrities and the stars who write music? They're writing music for the women. Maybe that's why all the women are rapping and it sound like prostitutes when they rap. Oh, this is prostitute rap. Because I remember someone who actually, we got into it because I felt like Nicki Minaj was representing a big change. She was a real Nicki Minaj fan. Because, you know, because I was there for the birth of rap. You know, first Hotel Motel Holiday Inn, that came out, you know, when I was in elementary school. And so there was no rap genre when I first came, when I was, you know, coming up. And so when the females got into it, they were rappers who happened to be female, but now they're females who rap also because their sexuality in their body and all their parts and you know and their sexual prowess, that's the forefront of their music. And so they're women who are rapping. So it really did flip, you know. And I think maybe there were men that were writing for them. Maybe that's why it's got so masculine. Because a lot of the women they talk like men when they rap today. And so you know, I think that a lot of times Black men are angry with us because it's self-hatred that they're projecting outward. I had a friend who's a therapist, and he used to like to say, if you spot it, you got it. So if you call somebody else a name or you identify them as, you know, masculine or, you know, critical or whatever, a gold digger, it's probably an issue that you have that you're projecting onto somebody else. So he always says, if you spot it, you got it. And so also I feel like there's just misogyny that's been incorporated into our society. Misogyny, unreasonable, ingrained dislike, contempt, prejudice, and mistrust against women. Misogyny, and I think that's maybe across the board. And so, Black men, of course, they to a certain extent they buy into that, and they have to deal with that, and they project it out onto us, I believe. So let me see real quick how to do this. Let me see real quick. I'm looking how to invite guests on StreamYard. I should look this up before I started, but okay. Okay. Alrighty. So now, with that being in mind, okay. So now, what do you think? Why do I mean? Do you buy actually? Do you buy into any of these ideas? Because like I said, you know, I started out seeing that it was a pattern. You know, because I did a video a year ago about Patrick Patterson when he called Black women bulldogs. A lot of people did a video on that. Matter of fact, I'll put the link in there when I'm done too. Um, Okay, let me see what it's telling me to do. Oh, it's telling me I need to email it. Oh, I can't do that now. Let me see what happens if I do this. Okay, there's that. Just tapping on it. That didn't help. Mm-mm. Okay, it says you sent out emails. Oops. Did I throw myself out? Oh my gosh. What happened? Let's see. Let me see. Maybe this is why they tell you to not stream on your iPad, to do it on a laptop. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me look at one more place. Okay. Mm-hmm. E-P. E-G. Okay, let me check it out right. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So I sent the link to Courtney and I sent the link to Neophyte. Let's see. I'm gonna go back into my room. And then I'll just start talking again. Now. Really? Black Illuminati? You've heard that said before? Um, don't trust a black person, a female, or a cop. And definitely don't trust a black female cop. She black female cop. She screwed up. Ain't nobody gonna have anything. But Courtney, did you get my email? I just sent you a link, and I sent Neo a link. Well, who did you hear say that? Black Illuminati. So it must be what you must overheard some white people saying. But more than anything, I hear don't trust white people. And there's a matter of fact, my dad had a friend who was a minister, and he's white, and he was married to a black woman, and he said himself that he said black people do not trust white people. And you know, one thing my dad was saying to me the other day was that he was seeing on the news that black people aren't taking the shot for the a virus, and the white people were taking it, but black people weren't taking it, and they were saying that on the news, and trying to encourage the black community to come and get the shots. And my dad was saying that, he was saying, "Have you gotten the shot?" I said, "No, I'm not taking that shot." They rushed that thing together and threw it, in a pot, cooked it up, and now they trying to dish it out to us. No, I want to wait a while and see how they do on it. And you know, and so he was like, "Well, you need to get it." I was like, "Dad, I'm not getting that shot. They already got us one time with the Tuskegee and the bad blood thing. They're not gonna get us with the same trick twice. So we're gonna watch them first and see how they do with that thing before we come in there taking that shot. No, you can't fool me two times with the same trick. So So yeah, a lot of Black people are waiting. But the thing is that I never took the flu shot. I've never had the flu, so I'm not taking that shot. And the thing is that I know that I'm very healthy, and I take vitamins every day, and B12 and all that stuff to, boost up my, I got flaxseed oil and all that kind of stuff, to boost up my immunity. So I'm not sickly. I'm hardly ever sick. And so, you know, so for me, you know, it, I'm not really that fearful. And even if I do get exposed to it and I get it, I feel like I'm gonna, I feel like I'm gonna fight it off. I think I'm gonna be able to fight it off, and I'll be fine. Because a lot of these people that are saying, "Oh, I tested positive," they didn't even know they had it until they tested. And so if they hadn't tested it, they would have never known they had it. So a lot of people are able to, you know, go through it and not be that affected. But I don't feel like I will. But I'm hardly ever exposed to people. So yeah, I don't see myself taking it. But if it makes you feel comfortable, then yeah. and and so my dad was convinced that the people who were taking it and dying it is because they were already sickly in the first place. But yeah, that's my conspiracy theory on that. But yeah, so but the thing is that especially with Black men, to a certain extent, it does seem like you're sleeping with the enemy, and and be honest with you, Black Illuminati, I don't want to, and you're supposed to be careful when you say things, you know. I don't trust Black people. I really don't. I think they're up to no good. I expect a backstab and a nasty turn whenever I deal with them, and I prepare for the nastiness. And so often I'm pretty successful, when dealing with them and interacting with them, because I expect the worst from them, and I prepare for the worst to come from them. So whether it's a presentation or whether I'm at work or I'm doing education, patients or family members, whatever it is, I'm expecting the worst and I'm expecting nastiness. So when I don't get it, that's a surprise. They must have been tired, something. But usually I get it and I'm able to handle it. And I do. I throw a lot of shade and I'm sarcastic. Sarcasm is a part of my is a part of my communications set. And so when you get them, you sting them a couple of times, they stop. They tend to stop playing with you. Especially if you embarrass them, they tend to quit playing with you after that. Um, but the thing is that the mistrust that people have, they've earned. So they can't really carry on about it. They've earned it. So okay, I see someone in the back. Let's see, can I get you up here? Okay. Okay. Are you all able to see the illustrious Courtney Omega? Is she up there?
I am here. Yeah.
Oh, welcome. Beautiful. This is
Thank you so much.
this
This is fun.
is it? Okay, very good. So I have you up here. Let me see. I'm gonna change the I can change the format, right? Because you look all tiny in the corner over there. I'm like, oh, she put her in the bag.
You're so
Courtney,
funny.
Courtney can
Well,
come
I'm
up
not
front.
cammed up, so I understand it.
Okay, no problem. Let's see. Okay, there we go. All right. Courtney's not the stepchild.
Yeah.
She's out. Okay.
I'm a whole daughter. Yes, a daughter of a king. Yes. No, but this is such a I gotta be very honest. This has been a very, it's just been a heaviness on surrounding this topic over the past couple of weeks, if I do say so myself. It's just been it seems like day after day, story after story, we are we're not just seeing it, we're living it. We're living this reality that there is just a kind of a disdain for women and for Black women in particular.
Right.
I was in a not I wasn't on the panel, but I was attending a stream yesterday, and it just really blew my mind that even as the men were talking about just in women in general, their general term for women just was, bitches, bitches, bitches. And I'm saying, I know that some of these men had wives, some of these men had girlfriends, most of these men had women that were, you know, mothers of their children. But the fact that, and this is what happens, you know what? Martin Luther King said something, and again, rest in power, Martin Luther King. Recently celebrated, of course, his birthday, acknowledged his birthday acknowledgement. But he said something in that really stuck is that in my days, in my last days, it is not the words from my enemies I'll remember, but the silence of my friends. And I think that what's really unfortunate that I continue to see in these spaces is that the men stay quiet while the other men use such terms and they speak in such a way. And the men that remain quiet will full-heartedly say, well, I don't use those terms. Yeah, but you allow for the comfort and the convenient space of other people that do use those terms and make such statements, such vile statements, and just, really show their cowardly energy by expressing themselves in this manner. And
Right.
I also want to say, in this is kind of a final point that I would love to hear, your feedback on this. But sometimes, let me tell you, I've witnessed it and I've experienced it that sometimes, because I'm a single mother, divorced, been divorced for 9 years now. Um, there, sometimes, I, have to have a conversation with my son, and it's not because we don't have a good relationship, but it's because there's a lot of, I want to say a lot of energy or a lot of emotions that he's not able to deal with because it's not the way a male would handle that energy. You understand? So
Mhm.
sometimes the situation isn't because that the mom and the son had such a bad relationship. It's because all of what they wanted to give to their dads it may not be there. And I don't have an absentee ex-husband. My ex-husband is, very much, he was very much involved. Of course, I moved. So not he's not as, of course, present. They just came back from, seeing him for the holidays, but we had joint custody. And so it would almost be like, hey, when he was with his dad, the first day or so, my ex-husband would say, well, after the first day, but the first day he came and he was like, kind of, I don't know what the problem was, or it was the last day. And we had to come into the realization it is because he is, you know, he just came from, it's kind of like turning that energy off and on. And so
Mhm.
as a child, that's not an easy understanding. My daughter handles it a lot differently. My daughter and my son are 18 months apart. My daughter handles it a whole lot differently. She can be even kill in both households. But with my son, it always is kind of like a calm down day. Like it's always a day where that energy is like high rung. And that's a day where I know this would have been a day that he would have needed to have spent, with his dad. And they could have been doing some other things as opposed to, kind of hanging out and doing, just doing what me and my daughter are doing. We might be reading a book or something, and that he likes to be more physical.
Right.
So sometimes that can also be a factor, but I definitely wanted to, get your opinion on that. That sometimes it's really not, and I have also seen that in other men also that I've dated, that it wasn't necessarily that they had bad relationships with their mothers. It's the fact that they had an absent relationship with their father. They had a
Mhm.
lacking relationship. They didn't have the type of relationship they wanted with their father. Let's
Mhm.
just put it that way.
Mhm. And so the fathers, you felt like weren't able to model how they should be acting, because
I just think that they just weren't as, it wasn't as present. it just wasn't as present. I think that there goes a lot there's a lot to that saying that the mothers are the first teachers and nurturers of a child, right? And so, I remember when I saw Boys in the Hood. I saw Boys in the Hood around, I think I was 11 when it came out. And, in Boys in the Hood, that's what Trey did. Trey, when he turned 12, he went to go live with his dad. And I remember just thinking, oh my gosh, like that would be the end of the world for my brother, because my brother was, my brother was from my mom's first marriage, but we all grew up in the same household. And I think at the time when that came out, my brother was 16. And I was just like, well, that can't happen. My brother just can't go live with, his dad. That's why he stays here with our dad, like that would be horrible. But
Right.
as I've gotten older, of course, I was thinking as an 11-year-old that, no one can be taken from the mom. Like, are you kidding me?
Right.
That no one ever, ever, ever. But as I've gotten older and now that I have a son, I can see why that was such a, why that is such, it's a necessity, even in parts of our own culture of origin. um Men, after men reach a certain age, they had to leave their mother's dwellings. The women were able to, the girls were able to stay on, of course, until they took a husband. But the men, the young boys, once they turned a certain age, there was a rites of passage ceremony, and then they were expected to create their own dwelling. So, um, yeah, I think that some of that is from that. It may not be a poor relationship with either parent. It is just a lack of the type of relationship. You understand? So, and I
Right.
think whenever you have, whenever our households are divided, it's never going to be 50-50. You're just always, you're just going to find a household that generally gets more of the brunt of the work. And, I'm not going to say it's the women, but it's the women.
Right.
Ha! Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, there, and that could be, I'm thinking that where the resentment would lie in that case would be, especially if the boy feels like the mom drove dad away. Then that could build up resentment for her. Because I have actually heard a man say that to his son, that I wanted to see you and be a part of your life, but I couldn't get along with your mother, and I just couldn't stand dealing with her, and so I wasn't able to be a part of it. And he totally blamed it on the mom, who had done everything. So I could see them, having resentment if they feel like she threw dad out, or she got rid of dad, and maybe there's something that they held against the mom. But a lot of times, looking at it, you can see that there's a link to the mom, and and I could see them, having some resentment there. But I know that I do identify with what you were saying before, because even, as my son started growing older, he was a mama's boy. He was always up under me. But when he got 15, he got to be too much. And if he had a dad that I trusted I would have sent him to his dad, because he was just that, wow. And he did need, a firmer hand, that wasn't going to get that up, hysterical or anything. I would have sent him if I could have trusted his dad. But so I do, I've never at any time ever implied that we didn't need the men there, and that their role was not important, which is one of the reasons why I'm so, for reconnection. But I have had to come to the realization and acceptance that there are some men who do not want us. They don't want to reconcile. Their goal is to hurt us, to abuse us, to put us down, to blame us for everything. Especially the guys who are like from that manosphere world. I wouldn't even waste my time. I mean, I can't stay there. The times I have stumbled in their rooms, I was in there for less than 2 minutes, because the poison and the toxic in the air, it's just so horrible that you can't, it's like you can't breathe in there. Um, and the women that are in there, it's as if they're brainwashed, and it's like they're not even noticing that he's calling women bitches, and and stuff like that. Like you were saying, and like my son was saying that he was saying that he has a friend that always refers to women as bitches, and he said that now he's having his first child, and the girl is pregnant with a daughter. I said, well, why don't you ask him if he want to call his daughter a bitch? Ask him if he gonna be calling her a bitch too, because I was like, I know something to do, because that's why what's his name daughter says she wouldn't have a relationship with him, because she got tired of the abuse. A guy who's a comedian. I don't think he's funny. I think he was funny 2 times, and after that, Mike Epps. I don't think he's funny. but he's abusive, and she said she got caught of him calling her bitches and stuff. And so there are some men that's what they want to call them, even their daughters. They want to call them that. And so I said, ask him if he's gonna call his daughter a bitch. He didn't say anything. I don't know if he asked him or not. But yeah, there are those who they do that. They're comfortable with that, and they sit quietly. Are the ones who don't agree with that. They will sit quietly and not say anything, because I know at some to a certain extent, it's not my business, and it's not my job to correct them. I'm not their father or whatever, but it's still, to me, the voice of the village. The voice of the village needs to be heard. It's been silent for way too long, and so I feel like, we're obligated to say something. Because we have an obligation not just to ourselves. For those people who feel like, oh, that's not my son, it's not my child, I don't have to say anything. But I will tell you this: I was out with somebody and I was on a date, and I've never been somebody who wanted my car door open for me and held it, but I do expect you to hold the door. Now, if we come out the door, I expect a man to hold the door. That's just a Southern thing. And when it doesn't happen, I'm like, ooh, he must not be from here. He must be from up north or something like that. No shade to the Northerners, but that would be my thought process, because that part of that gentlemanliness is a part of the Southern culture, and so I've always expected that. But I've never expected necessarily to have my door open for me and stuff like that. But on that date, we were coming out of the restaurant, and it was an older gentleman who he held the door open for us, and he said he said to the guy I was with, he said, "That's right, son. We have to hold these doors and be gentlemen. We have the expectation. We got to live up to our name. We got to be gentlemen." And he was like co-signing, like, "Yeah, right." Then he started opening my door for the rest of the night. He started opening my car door and everything. Like, he wasn't doing that before, but that guy said that to him in passing. And he set the example. He held the door open for both of us, and he said that. But he said something to a stranger. He didn't know if he was opening doors for me or not, but he said it. And he did it. And after that particular guy, he started opening my doors the rest of the time, and so you think, and that's the thing, is that, if he hadn't felt that obligation to say something to a younger man, he made an imprint, but I didn't think anything of it. I don't even really need my car open. But I did date a guy who was like 14 years older than me, and he insisted on opening that door for me. But I was just normally, by nature, I would just reach for the door handle, just because, I'm not handicapped. That's what I've always thought. But never would I ever try to stop somebody. But I would just forget. And he started, I think when I started getting used to it, he would lock the doors before I would reach over to that handle. He would lock the door. And then I would remember, because I would start reaching for it, but he was like, "No, leave the door." And he would come around the corner, he would open the door. And then, by the time, we got through dating, by then I was used to it. I would wait for him. It's not necessarily that, women don't want to be treated in a certain way. Number one, we're not used to it because they haven't been there. And number two, it's not something that's necessarily being passed down, because the village, their voice has gotten quiet over the years. The village has been told to mind their business. The village has been told to keep your hand off my child. Don't say nothing to my child. The village has been, told to be quiet, and they've gotten quiet. And then now look at the state of things, where, because I started out talking about, why do Black men attack and abandon Black women, and do Black men really hate Black women? Because sometimes they act like they hate us. If you listen to that manosphere conversation, they freaking sound like they hate us. It sounds like they want us gone. To be honest with you, it's like, it's nothing but abuse and attacks. And I don't understand any woman that wants to be with them. But my sister was saying, she said, "But you know what? Black men want to talk to us ugly, but when you hear them talking to those white women, they saying, 'Oh, hey, beautiful. Hey, sweetheart. Oh, you look good. Look fine.' They got so many compliments for all these other women, but they don't have any for us." And so she said, that's why my sister said, "I'm sick of these Black men. I am going to date outside my race, because, I'm tired of them talking nasty to us, call us ugly, hey, ugly, stuff like that. They want to talk to us like that. And then they want to go sweet talk these white women. And I'm sick of it." So my sister was the one who first started talking about, dating outside of, the race and everything. And she's a proponent of it, even though I don't think she's done it. To my knowledge, she's never dated outside of her race, but she's a big fan of it, after all this time. But, and so, sometimes, it does seem like, or feel like, they hate us. To my knowledge, we haven't done anything to them except hold them down, decade after decade, raise the kids, and, and the same young men, sometimes, putting ourselves last, to hold them down and to back them up. And, so a lot of their positions, it's hurtful to hear. It's disappointing to hear, especially when we have, I personally anyway, and the women that I know, we have so much good things to say about them, what we love about them, how much we want them, so we struggle, and it's hurtful when you hear them say things like that, like I start out, because I was looking back, through my videos for this one, preparing, and I saw that A year ago, I did a video about Patrick Patterson when he called black women bulldogs. 9 months ago, I did a video about Stephen Jesse Jackson when he got on social media and he told the young men that the number one downfall for successful black men is bitter black women. Okay. And I did a video on that. And then, 2 weeks ago, we had the woman in Harlem, in New York, get attacked for telling somebody, she didn't want to talk to him. She turned down his advances. They follow outside, beat her up, kicking her, biting her in the face, and so it's like a repeat pattern. It's not going away. They're attacking us or they're abandoning us, and then we get all this hate speech. And so that's why I, decided to do this video, and also practice my live skills. So I'll get better with that. You guys, thank you for your patience. But the thing is that, it's disappointing when it's like consistently a message is coming out, against black women when we're the backbone of society, raising these kids, 72%, most of us by ourselves. And then, when we vote, the black women are a powerful voting, force. They count on us and stuff and to carry some of these elections. And so it's like we do so much, to get such disrespect in return, to get such a lack of love in return, and so it's a little bit hurtful. And so I want to, I do want to speak to it because then, of course, if we can admit it, and I ran down, of course, the reasons that I've heard them give. Like they said that women are masculine, okay? But, you put us in a masculine role when you abandon the family, okay? And she had to be the head of the house. You put her in a masculine role. So she couldn't be soft. She couldn't be. And I remember saying one time to my friends, I would love to sit down and be an airhead and let my husband make all the decisions. I would love that, but I don't have that luxury. I've never had that luxury, because I remember telling my sister, my sister, and I tell this story a lot about the woman we heard in the restaurant saying, "Baby, what should I eat?" And we were like listening to see what he was going to say. I was like, you don't know what to eat. How should he know? It's a menu. You don't know what you want off the menu. And so I was waiting to hear what he told us to eat. And he didn't even answer her. He just ignored her. He got up and then left. He just ignored her. But I would love to sit down and say, "Baby, what should I eat?" But I've never had that luxury. No, actually, I wouldn't love to do that because that's ridiculous. That's stupid. But yeah, sure, I'd love to be an airhead too. But the thing about it is that when you are kept woman, you have to remain what it is they purchased, because they're basically buying you. You have to remain what it is they purchased. You can't grow. You can't evolve. You can't decide to become something else. You have to remain what they purchased, or they'll take you back, exchange you for a new model. And so Okoja is saying something. He said, "We are a constant reminder that they were a conquered male, and if we disappear, then they won't be reminded of slavery. They can water down blackness by having interracial children until the black disappears." And it's such a push, because I remember I saw a commercial tonight on TV, and it was a black man with a white woman, and the first thing he said, it was her sitting next to him. He said, I've upgraded," and then he says, "My soap," And so I was like, and the image that put in your head, he's sitting there with a white woman saying, "I've upgraded." He paused and then he said, "My soap," and then he pulls up the soap. But but the image that's imprinted, him sitting with her saying, "I've upgraded." I feel like that's deliberate. And there's a lot of things that I see in the media. Like I was watching a show, and it was the Gods of something. What's it that? It's a show on the little channel there, but it's Gods of something, American Gods, whatever it is. And the black man was telling the lady, "Oh, a woman like you gives a man hope." And he was a black man. He was talking to a white woman. What the heck is this with all these, innuendos I'm seeing in the media that black men need white women? I was like, what's going on here? And there's something else. And I was saying sarcastically, I don't even remember what I was listening to, but the black man was saying something. And I said, of course, because you need a white woman to prove it for you. But I was saying that, and I said it out loud, actually. But the fact is that even though I wasn't actually paying attention, I was writing something, I still picked up that it was a black man saying to a white woman that, "You sure do something," he said. I forgot what it was. I said, "Yes, and you need her whiteness to tell you." And I said that out loud. But I even unconsciously, I could still pick up, the innuendo behind what they were saying. And so it was just, it was just interesting. It's like this huge push. I said, what do they want our DNA for? It's like they're trying to push all these mixed race babies. But there are studies who have shown that, but this is going deep into conspiracy land, where they've shown that, if white people continue to reproduce within 4 generations, they'll be sterile. And so they have to have an infusion of black blood every now and then to keep the race going. But it's like a huge push to get this black DNA, and to mix the races. It's really a huge push that I've noticed. And so, but it's like it's everywhere. And I was like, what's going on? What they gonna do? Why not genetics? And so this is like, I don't know. It's just getting kind of strange to me, And so, what's the look on your face, Black Illuminati? but yeah, but I just noticed that, in the past year, even looking back the past year, I mean, multiple orders, and this actually was more than that I picked out. But these actually were my highest rated videos. but there were more than I did. I did like the guy who got killed. What's his name? Botham Jean. They got killed by the white cop in his apartment. Who originally they started talking about how they were having an affair. By the time that got to court, there was no mention of the affair. But originally they were talking about the affair. But by the end in the courtroom, it looked like she stumbled into the wrong apartment. And it was just ridiculous the way it looked. But it's just so much the different things that I've seen with the black and white and the issues, and the white women being held up and him forgiving her, and I was like, did he like his brother? He was in the court begging to hug her and forgive her, and he didn't want her to go to jail, and she murdered your brother, and I was like, did he not like his brother or something? And so I'm like, look, if somebody kills me, please don't go and hug the killer. Forgiveness is good, but please don't go hug the person that killed me. And so but it's like there is a constant infusion, to us that they're superior, that we need to be with them, we need to level up to get to them. And then the reasons that, that the black men have been given, I went over, is that they said that black men are too masculine, that we have attitudes. They said that we're critical. We do not uplift and support them when they're down. They said that we're gold diggers. They said that we act like we don't want to be bothered when we're in public. They said that we do not have a fun, carefree approach to dating, and that we act like nurturing is a chore. Which I will tell you, especially if you're a single mom, you go to work all day, you come home, you cook, you clean, you do all this stuff, and he's just sitting there. It is a chore. It's another chore I got to do. It's laundry to be done, and you're not helping. So, nurturing is the last thing on the list. And so they said we're not nurturing. We act like nurturing is a chore, and they said we're sexually inhibited. So I don't know who they with. But then again, if you try to hang me upside down and choke me and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, I'm inhibited too. You need Becky for all that. But, so that's what they were saying when I did my little research in different articles. That's what they were coming up with, the reasons why. They said, actually, they were saying that black women had gone out of style, actually. Black Illuminati said that albinism is a genetic defect, is unhealthy for all species. They used to be eliminated from the jump in a tribe, and somehow they escaped. Well, there's a huge a theory about how they were an experiment, an African experiment that went wrong, and they were deliberately bred. The albinos were deliberately bred. Koja Malik says, when I see my black sons, I think they are handsome black men. When I see my black daughter, I think she's beautiful. I wonder, do black men that have black children see beauty or disgust? And the ones that they haven't infected mentally, not unless they can race mix, no. But the ones that they haven't infected mentally and really brainwash them into thinking that they're inferior, to really believe that, and that's the thing, is that a lot of times I feel like my spidey senses tell me that a lot of white people feel, especially in the South, they really are repulsed by me because I don't think they're any better than me, because they're not. To be honest with you, most of them are inferior. but I'm just teasing, except I'm not. But I don't think they're any better than me, and I don't talk to them or treat them like they're any better than me. I don't defer to them, and I stop them and correct them all the time. but the thing is that there are some black people who really did buy it. They really do believe that they're better. That they're superior. They really believe it, and so they treat them that way. And those guys, no, they will never look at a black child and think that that there's beauty there. All they're going to see is what they've been taught to see, that that there's something inferior in front of them, that they're undeserving, they're less than, and that's all they're going to see, unless they're able to have a mixed race child, or a child that looks mixed race. She's light enough, the old brown paper bag test, because who was that? The guy that died, and everybody was so upset that he died. The rapper, he got shot in his own neighborhood. His store was in the hood. Um, I'm really horrible with names, y'all. but and they had this whole funeral for him and everything. They you know, somebody at his funeral said we got these light skinned daughters to raise, because I guess he had a light skinned daughter or two. I think he had two daughters. We gotta keep alive, and we got to keep things going. We got these light skinned daughters to raise. He actually said that at a funeral. We have these light skinned daughters to raise. And they showed the football player too. He was at he and all his friends. They had all these white women, and they had these mixed race babies. And he said he raised the glass and gave a toast to the light skinned babies. And so those ones who really have bought into that inferiority complex, and they really believe it, they won't look at me and see beauty. They won't look at their own children unless they're mixed with something else. Then they'll think they're beautiful, and said but otherwise, no, they don't. And I feel sorry for them. And but meanwhile, these white women are going there getting boobs. They're going there getting butts. They're going there, plumping up their lips. They're in there, doing all they're raising the cheekbones and everything, stuff that you and I were born with. They going and buying them, but they want to steady convince us that we're inferior, that we're less than, that they're better. Well, why are you making yourself over to look like us then? And so you said nursing it takes about 2 or 3 nurses to do one. Yeah, one nurse does. Ti said that too about light skinned daughters. And what was really creepy about Ti and his situation? I looked at one of the girls on the video, who was saying that he drugged her and all this kind of stuff. One of the girls looks exactly like his daughter, Deja, and that really gave me the creeps. It really gave me the creeps. Yeah, it was Nipsey Hussle. That's what it was. His funeral. It sure was. That really creeped me out. That Ti said that. And Ti, at first I used to like him. I thought he was cute, especially when Family Hustle came out. I used to love to watch it. It was adorable. I thought he was a great father. And then, of course, he kept getting caught with the drugs and the guns and all that kind of stuff. And so I was like, this guy he's full of it. He put on his little suit and everything, and come out and talk real good. And then he isn't getting in the news, But when I think about that whole situation with Ti and Tiny, they've been doing that. Everybody knows they've been doing that. They put out the videos themselves of them, with naked women on the floor and sitting there having an orgy. They've put that out themselves, and so they've been doing that. Everybody knew that, but the thing is that they're blowing it up now, and some of the girls are saying that because the thing is that they had to, in order to come in, they had to sign this not the NDA, and also it included that they agreed to take Molly. They put that in there, that they had to sign that they agreed to take it. And so the issue that they're saying they're having now is that they were continue to be given drugs beyond what they could consent to, that they were impaired after they took it, and then things after that they were too impaired to say no to more drugs or no to different activities. Because like the one girl that I found compelling, she was saying that she went in there, she was good to go with coming in there with Ti and Tiny, and having drugs with them and doing whatever. She had done it before, but she said the time that she took issue with was when she woke up the next day and she was in bed with his friend and his friend's wife, and so she started out the night with Ti and Tiny. Before the night was over, they had passed her off to somebody else, and she didn't consent to that. And so, so that's the issue with them. Yeah, the girls went there, on purpose, and they signed NDAs that yeah they were going to do it. Yeah, they were going to take Molly. They signed that, but at a certain point, they're saying that they reached the point where they couldn't consent to anything further, but they were still, victimized and used. So I can get with that because at any point when she says no, it's no. And so, but the thing is that when they're that doped up, they can't say no. Maybe you went in there. People say, "Oh, they went in there, knew what they were doing." Yeah, the things that they might have went in there, but they lost the ability at some point along the way to refuse. Like say, I agree to have sex with you, but I don't like anal. I don't do anal. But if I'm so doped up, I can't say no to anal. I can't say no to whatever because I'm too doped up now. And halfway through the night, you decide anal it is. And so at that point, I'm being violated. So I can see both sides, but the thing about it is this has been going on for over a decade or two with Ti and Tiny. Why is it coming out now? Why is it a big deal now? Now, if you recall a little while back, Ti got cited by the federal government for some business transactions he had going on with money, with a money marketing. I forgot what it was he was doing, My son can tell you because he's into all that forex and all that kind of stuff. But Ti was fine by that, was it the federal government or the IRS? He was fine. Um, and now Ti is clearly that was in a white man's arena what he got fined for. Ti is moving into a different arena. He is going into white people making money area, and when you start to make big money moves, white people slap you down. Okay, they sit you down. Who was it? Nick Cannon. They sat him down when he started trying to do too much with his shows and this, that, and the other, and making Dr. CV movies. They sat him down, and he's pretty much crawling on his hands and knees. Steve Harvey. He tried to make big money moves. He tried to, do the kind of paperwork that they do to set themselves so that he's getting the money and not all these networks and stations. They snatched everything from Steve Harvey. Everything. Okay. Then who was the other one? Of course, Bill Cosby. Yeah, he was giving them pills, but they've been giving them pills. They've been Bill Cosby had the pills. But when he started trying to make big money moves and get that network, Bill had to sit down. So and that's my thing is what even though Ti and Tiny have been doing this, and even though they've been giving them girls too much, and going and doing what they want to do, but the minute they try to make big money moves, it's a problem. You got to be sit down. So and who's it? The other one, Soldier Boy. Not even making out Soldier Boy. He done kidnapped some Mexican and held her hostage. He's horrible. He's beating up women and all this kind of stuff. Soldier Boy started making big money moves with those video games, those gamers, and he came up with his own gaming system. He was making big money moves with those things. As soon as they make too much money, here come the white people. You got to sit down, and so because you're doing too much, you're setting up generational wealth, so we can't have you doing that like that. Now they haven't messed with Beyonce and Jay-Z because they, devil worshippers. The devil is on their side, and plus they right along with them. They making money tip for tat with them, but they ain't trying to outdo them. But they making money right with them tip for tat because they all worshiping the same devil. But so even though they bring this thing about Ti and Tiny, they're so outraged. The women were taking, yeah, they've been taking advantage of them women, and them girls went there to be taken advantage of, and they said, that the friend that's telling it all now that started it. Ti pulled that gun on her 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, and now you telling us about it, and so and now it's a big deal. Now you hurt. Come on, that was, well, why now, and so it's just that I feel like she was used because the minute she said that. And Tiny responded, boom, it exploded. Where was all them 35 women, initially? But as soon as they responded, they kind of baited Ti and Tiny. They baited them to come out and say things. But once they did, hey, Cuban libertarian. Once they said something, it was on. It was on and cracking after that. And all these heifers came out the woodworks, so some of it, is valid, but a lot of it, most of it is bull. It's smoke and mirrors, I don't know what R. Kelly was on. R. Kelly lost all his money. If R. Kelly wasn't illiterate, he might have some more money. But you know what? I think R. Kelly does have money. He has it hidden somewhere. And just like that woman who had the daycare, she mysteriously came and gave all his money. That was R. Kelly money. And he told her, hey, bring me some of that money I gave you. And she brought the money. So, that was his money. R. Kelly is not as broke as he's implying or he pretending he is. I think he has money stashed away and hidden around. Because after that, first one with the little girl that he peed on, he learned to put his money away and hide some of it. Cuban libertarian. Let's see. Black ladies are great. It's just black men want the same that other races have when it comes to some characteristics like attitude, fitness, and natural hair. So you're saying that black men want they want docile attitudes in their women. They want the women to be more fit. That was one of the things that the men said too. They wanted women to be more fit. And they want their hair to be naturally soft or straight. Okay. Yeah, but why, Cuban? Why do they want those things? Because they were told that those things were superior. Not the fitness part. Fitness is good. You should be fit. But you should definitely be healthy. And those BMI scales are not for us. That's for them. So we don't have to weigh what they weigh. We don't have to fit into that thing. But you do have to. You do want to be healthy. You want to be fit. And I'm on my own fitness journey. Cuban, you can send me my email. You can come up and talk, Cuban. You feel like speaking tonight? If anybody feels like speaking, if you drop your email, I'll send you the link. That's the only way I know how to do it right now. I don't know how to drop it in the room, but I'll figure it out because I'm going to look it up. Neophyte. Hey, Neophyte, Bakor. Did you get your email, Neophyte? I wanted to talk to you. But yeah, we've been talking along. Who's been cooking? Oh, Courtney with the Soul Cafe. Yeah, I love Courtney's Cafe. Dreads. Courtney, I don't see Courtney with dreads. I don't. My son has some there to his shoulders. But yeah, so we were talking about you know, attitudes, I don't know. And then the things that, we go through so much, especially as Black women, and we do a lot, and a lot is expected of us. And one of the things that I'm against is when the whole strong Black woman thing. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I'm not that strong. Um, and we're not stronger than normal. We're not stronger than any other woman. But the thing is that Black people are used to hard times. We used to survive generation after generation of slavery. So we're used to having it tough. We're used to hard times. So we don't crack under pressure. So and also the things that the Black woman is designed to be the Black man who will come off strong. They are dominant. But the thing is that if the female, they have to be tempered, or Black men will get out of control. They will run amok. They will get buck wild in the streets, if you do not, step on their neck from time to time. And vice versa. Vice versa. But the thing is that, when society has systematically made an effort to emasculate Black men and to oppress them, any anything to the contrary from their woman is going to be perceived as a challenge. It's going to be perceived as, masculine. It's going to be perceived as, her being out of place. When it's not necessarily the case, but because his perspective has been so skewed, he can't see it as a tempering, he can't see it as balance, he can't see it as um, as a way to help keep him in perspective. Let's see. 10 years ago, she spoke to the fact that there are character issues there. Now she's officially done and bringing all the baggage out the eye. Yes, I know she was trying to really throw shade at the mayor over an incident that she never reported. And I was like, the ATI felon, how did he get a gun? But I guess it was a legal gun. So that's why she didn't report it, because she was still sleeping with him. Um, she was still a part of those orgies as well. Um, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, Neophyte, whenever you're ready. Let's see. Cuban Libertarian. You put an email up there? Let me see if I can. I tried to. I was able to copy it, paste it in the comment section. Let me see. Because I did copy it, but when I would try to put it in the I would try to put it where it says post comment, and it wouldn't let me paste. Color only cafe. Would you have a cafe with that name, Courtney? I thought of having a cafe with the name Black Only Pies. Oh gosh. Let's see. Um, I just think that would be really cute. And you know who would show up? White people. They would show right up. Oh, I tell you what, white people, there's no shame in the game. There's no shame in the game. They will come and they will eat whatever. They'll find out how you cook it, and they will put that thing in a cookbook and they will sell it. And I have noticed that whoever's in charge, they have no problem with sucking up to the boss, or whoever's in charge, even if it's you Black, they could care less. Whoever they need to suck up to, let's get to sucking up. They will get right to it. But you dropped it in WhatsApp. Yeah, I don't have WhatsApp. But maybe I need to get it. Let me write that down. Write down WhatsApp, and I gotta find out how to paste. And and I will say this, Cuban, which you might not like. One of the main ones that Black men like to say, "Oh, y'all need to be like these women." It's always Latino women, always these type of women, Spanish women, whatever. It's always them. They want us to be like. I guess because I don't know, they got some color and some and a little bit of flavor to them. But the thing is that, from my observation, um, the Latino society, their community is very patriarchal. Okay, the men are considered better than the women. The women are second class citizens. They get treated like second class citizens. Now, I will say about a Mexican man or a Latino man, he will take care of his family. They do not abandon their families. Okay, they the children actually in that culture, because my aunt married a Mexican. Um, the children in that country belong to the men, not the women. And I know in the case of divorce, divorces that I've seen, the women were told you can go, but you're not taking those children. So yeah, it's very, so when you have when you're from a culture where the females are dominant and they're subjugated by the males, they're going to be docile. And from what I can see, and we have seasonal workers here where I'm from. They come in, pick tomatoes. You know, seasonal. They come and go. From what I can see, they're very patriarchal, very male dominated. The women are subservient. They're second class citizens, and they are subservient to those men. And the same for African cultures. The African women are docile, very subservient to those men. Another one they like to say, they like to hold up Chinese women or Japanese, whatever, very subservient to the men, dominant, male dominance. Often the women are abused in those cultures. Spanish, Latino, the Orientals, those women are often abused. And white women, they don't get to care less. They can beat your butt. You can beat their butt all day and all night. They ain't going nowhere as long as you pay them bills. As long as you don't beat them too bad. Okay, let me get you up, Cuban. Let me see. Okay.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, welcome aboard, Cuban. Cuban,
Thank you for having me.
we were talking about black men attacking or abandoning black women, and asking, do black men actually hate black women? Now, and I was talking a little bit about your culture as well. Now, Cuban, are you actually you're 100% Latino?
Yes, both my parents and myself were born in Cuba.
Okay. And so you do admit then that is the case, that the women are very subservient to the men, very docile, very male dominated, and the children belong to the men. Now I give that to them. They do not abandon.
Well, the children thing, not so much. I would say that's more Muslims for sure. And again, Cuba is a special case because it's atheist. So the traditions that we had before the 60s are not as strong today. But definitely there, for example, there's been many cases in Miami where jealousy and crimes of passion are a thing in the Cuban community. So if the guy finds out the woman cheated on him or something like that, he will go out and shoot up a restaurant.
Oh wow.
That has happened.
Well, and then also a lot of times, this was my aunt's experience. She said they will beat your butt.
Oh yeah, you'll get slapped around a little bit. I mean, obviously it's not the same as it used to be, but from time to time, somebody's gonna get a backhand or something, That's wrong, by the way, like I was taught to just get out of the room if a woman goes crazy or she doesn't stops reasoning, If she wanna be starting something, just walk out, because that's the thing. And this is something that was explained to me as a child. You as a man can let people disrespect you, but you can't also like hurt women. So just walk out.
And so now in your culture, are you encouraged to stay inside of your race when you date and marry? You because I very rarely...
No, it varies. Actually, there's different currents, right? There's people that wanna that only date. Okay, in Cuba, and I saw this on a survey that a Cuban did in Havana, so it could be biased by region. But for the most part, I saw a lot of white ladies that liked white guys, and I saw a lot of, and I saw half and half with black Cuban women, where they want to better the race, or they liked anyone, or they liked only black guys. So there's still, like, I think some kind of prejudice or stigma, or maybe just a preference. I don't care. But I think it's a little bit of a prejudice, because then the black ladies would have preferred black guys. But no, they were more like open-minded per se.
So now, than the white ladies. When you say they wanted to better the race, do you mean that they wanted white men?
Yeah. and the Cuban white women, they'll say, no, I like blonde guys, like straight up. What about a black guy? Good looking? Nope. no, that's not what I like,
Mm-hmm.
etc., etc. What I
Mm-hmm.
find interesting actually was a surprise is to see the opposite here, where the black people will say, "No, I like black people, leave me alone." And it's true, like in at least from what I've seen, what I have seen, people, though, it's not all Cubans, but in Cuba, like I guess black people are more willing to mix as opposed to black people here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's something that's like from the olden days, you know, where yeah, your grandparents told you and your mom told you to like, hey, better the race, you know, lighten up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah,
do
yeah.
remember that because, matter of fact, I know someone close to our family that she said she wanted light skinned babies. She said she wanted light skinned grandbabies. Um, and but back then that they would say that, and they would even do the brown paper bag, test and
Mm,
all that kind of stuff. And back then, now they'll be called on the carpet now for colorism if they do that. And so, yeah, and I have
yeah.
known very dark skinned black men to say, well, I'm dark already. I don't need nobody dark. And they would try to get lighten. They would try to lighten up the gene pool, lighten up the color. Um, so that's still a part of it. But the thing is that why my question is, why are you thinking that that's bad? Why are you? Because you've been told that, you've been taught that by the oppressor. They told you that
Right,
your looks are bad. Um, your your children are I don't know what you call them, nappy head, whatever. All the
right.
characteristics that you were called nappy head. You had the big nose, you had the big lips. All this kind of stuff that you were told were bad, and that's the reason why you look at it and you don't think it's beautiful. You think you have to improve by becoming European, more European.
I think there's definitely a component. There's also something which is that Michelle Obama and Kelly Rowland do not look the same,
Hmm.
and one is more beautiful than the other.
Hmm.
So I think that we have to be a little bit honest as well when it comes to these sort of things.
Well, who do you think is better looking between Michelle and Kelly?
You know damn well what I think.
No, I don't.
Michelle is a very distinguished, strong woman, but Kelly Rowland is hot. Okay, let's be real. Huh?
Mm.
So like I think we can go overboard in both cases where it's like okay, like don't push for people to mix if just because you think that. I mean, having lighter skin gets you sunburned. That's stupid. But like don't push people to mix so you can have this ideal of like better hair or lighter skin. But then don't tell me that any black woman is beautiful or like all black women, like all it includes everything, every single one. Just
But
just
that
just stop.
but beauty comes in different shapes and sizes and styles, and there's things that people consider
Yeah, there's still like a
superficial beauty.
range.
It's
There's
like
a range.
I think Michelle Obama is kind of funny looking. It's something like up in her mouth areas. It's a funny looking for some reason. So I would have thought that Kelly Rowland was better looking because for some reason her mouth looks funny to me. But I think she has a better figure than Kelly's. Um, she's more shapely.
Eh,
But the thing is,
it depends. Like that's one of those areas where it's like okay, you can still have like a little bit of like thickness, as they say. Although I mean that's just being a little overweight, but still look good. Fine.
Mhm.
The and there's like okay, do I want a six pack on a girl? Do I want a flat stomach, or do I want well more than that? I don't. The flat stomach is like nice, and if you have like a nice booty, like okay, what is wonderful about skinny black girls is that they still have booty, which is hard to come by in the Asian and in the European persuasion. Although there are some Eastern European ladies that also have some booty.
Mhm.
I think maybe it's just the hard living,
And,
like the Soviet Union
well,
maybe bred some good people out there.
there's more hormones in the meat now. They're putting all these hormones, growth hormones, in those chickens and things, and rushing them to market. And like I was in the store the other day, and my son was like, "No, get this one." I had chicken. He's like, "No, get this one." The chicken was like twice as big as the ones I had in my hand. I was like, "What? What is going on with that chicken? That chicken is huge. I don't believe that's chicken. That's got to be turkey." He was like, "No, it's chicken." But that thing was huge
Also,
because it's full of
also,
hormones. It's full of growth hormones. So I think that these little white girls are eating that chicken and they're getting a little booty now. You know, I was like, since when the white girls start
Well, I have noticed, and I remember like a lot of kids now, like when they're 14, 13, they're already kind of pretty well developed. And I was like, huh. I remember seeing that when I came over, like in middle school. I was like, wow, those guys are like, these kids and these women are, I mean, some girls were like already, you know, out there. So that's a true story, I think. What else? Right. So yeah, the natural hair, you can have dreads, you can have an afro. I love a woman with an afro. It's fine. I just like when I see like young ladies with healthy, but with like wigs and stuff, or it's like nobody else is doing that. And
so
like,
how do you feel about dating black women?
oh, I love black women.
So you don't find them too masculine?
Well, I don't go after masculine black women.
Do you
So
feel
like,
they have attitudes? Because these are the things they've told us. You feel like black women have attitudes?
the thing is like, well, I guess I want to say out in the field, you know, no, not really. But the thing is, I dress a different way, and like I think what the black women that gravitate towards me, they're kind of nice. So I don't know if I don't go to like black clubs like usually. I go to like more, oh, I guess if I were to say that by race, I guess white club or Hispanic clubs is where I usually go, or lounges, you know, those type of areas. So the black women that are already there, maybe they're kind of just, maybe it's like a filter where I'm not getting like the pure whatever class of woman that the guys complain about. And that's something else that I got for the black guys, man. If you are a black guy and you're like middle class and you're making good money, why are you going to these very low class clubs? And then you complain about the people that you meet there. It's like, no, man. You know, oh, you don't want to mix with other races, bro. And what do I have to tell you? Open up your own awesome club where fancy black people go. But there's a good one. Yeah, I don't know. Like the Rocksteady is a great club. The women there are nice. They're from different places, you know. So like maybe you just like you can't afford nice feminine black women.
Maybe
That's a fact of life.
I've never been to nice clubs. These were nice clubs. Only clubs I've been to. I've never went to the hole in the wall. I was not going. You know, I was not going in the hood. I've only ever been to nice black.
As it should be, because we're human beings. Yes.
They were black.
Black.
You know?
Yeah, nice places, man. We can do it. It's possible.
So maybe that's why we're not meeting these people. Then.
Yeah. I'm telling you, like I went to I forgot the name of this club, but it's supposedly like a very popular black club, right? And there were guys there with money, but the talent was very it left a lot to be desired, to put it mildly. Talent meaning like the quality of the women there was not the best. It was not the best. And I'm talking to these guys and they're doing business and they're investing in this and they're from New York and from here, from there, and they're there. You know, I went there just to check it out. But they're like, there's people that just frequent these places and then they wonder why they get shot and they wonder why they can't find like a decent lady. And it's like, yo, like we need standards where like if you are a person that's coming up, you need to do things that people are coming up do. You can't leave the bad stuff behind, man.
Yeah.
I'm not still out here like I don't know, in Cuba. I mean, in Cuba we do so much crazy stuff, but I'm not out here like stabbing and robbing people and stealing food or whatever it is that I used to do. I didn't used to do that, but like people, it's crazy in a third world country with communism. But like you stop. And the ones that don't stop, right? The Cubans that don't stop, you got all this crazy insurance fraud and credit card fraud and all kinds of like, you know, just crazy. What should I call it? A lot of girls going to like to work as strippers, you know. So it's like some Cubans keep doing the same effery, and then some Cubans are like, no.
You know,
I'm leaving Miami.
I've been to nice strip clubs. I've been to nice strip clubs. The strippers love me.
Listen, I you know, I mean, I've been to 11 a couple of times, and whatever. But look, not anymore, because I'm trying to like save money and
Mm-hmm.
make smart moves. All right.
Are,
But
you going
yeah,
to,
I
are you
think
going to invest in Courtney's colored only cafe?
I need to look into it.
She's
I
looking
need
for
to look.
investors.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking to buy a house right now, so I can't like just
Oh, you're
make it
saving for
rain
a
like
house.
that.
So, are you married,
Yeah.
Cuban?
No, I'm single. I'm
Oh,
single.
okay. All righty.
Yeah.
And so, okay. So, what else they were saying? They were saying that black women act like we don't want to be bothered or in public. Um,
Mm.
we don't have a fun,
Mm.
carefree approach to dating. They said that we want to get married, and we're pressured to
No.
get married. So, has that been your
Well,
experience?
nah, nah. What I've seen is you're very career driven and status driven. You want to make it out of whatever, or you want to prove something,
Maybe.
and then you maybe your love life suffers. I met a lady that she oh, actually she told me that she was engaged to a gay dude. That's something weird going on with the black community and gay dudes. And then you know she told me like, oh, like I've been told that I can be very like um that I lead instead of letting myself be led, kind of. That's what she said.
Who
I'm
said they
like,
wanted you to do that?
no, like she said that in the past people have told her that she tries to lead too much, so that she's trying
Oh,
now to be more mellow or more feminine. And I'm like, I don't know,
oh,
you seem fine to me. Like whatever, let's do whatever we came here to do. But um, I don't know. I haven't had like a lot of black women, so I can't give you like a very like educated opinion. But
mm-hmm.
I think black dudes need to filter more. I think we settle for a lot of stuff we don't need to settle for.
I
Okay,
think
and I
so.
think black women also gotta take care of like their womb, because
Mm-hmm.
that's your we
Right.
need you to for our legacy. So if you gotta like make sure that whoever you let in there, man, like they're top notch. All
Right.
right, and guys,
But
you know,
the guys got upset because well, I think Portia was saying the other day how when they said when she was looking for a father for her child because she wanted to have a child, um,
hmm
and if the marriage came, that was great. If not, that's great. But she said that she went on a checklist and she said, oh, he's got a good job, and then her legs opened up a little bit, and she said, oh, he's not married. Her legs open up a little bit more, and she said, what? He's rich. He's got a lot of money. Her legs open up a little bit more, and then she said, well, they were wide open. But she got so much flack for that, saying that she only opened her legs for guys who had all those criteria. But the thing is, those same people will be saying, well, why'd you lay down with him? If he was broke and he didn't have no child support, you shouldn't have laid down with him. The same people that say that will call her a gold digger because she said, she made that statement on air that that's how she decided on her baby dad, So I mean, what did you want her to do? Have a baby with Pookie and Ray Ray? But the thing is that they want to complain when we do it, you told us to do. So welcome aboard, Koja. Let me see if
Hey.
yeah.
I have enough room for you up here. Neophyte's there. Hey, Neophyte. Let me make sure I have enough room for you guys. Um,
Hi guys, welcome. I would say that is hypocritical, man. Like,
mhm.
like a lot of people listen to Kevin Samuels, myself included, and he's like, okay, ladies, stay in your lane. If you're not like this level of hot, you can get like this level of rich guy or whatever. There's some truth to that. But I mean, you can't fault a lady for trying to secure, like a future for herself and her kid. Just, don't be a loser. I think there's a lot of loser dudes that are complaining about women trying not to be taken for a ride. Like if if you're a guy that complains that the marriage laws are bad, but at the same time you complain that women only care about money. Well, dude, like if they were to change the laws back to the 50s where the woman doesn't get anything
Mhm.
if you get divorced, she
Right.
better make sure that the guy that she marries has the money and he's gonna be with her forever.
Right.
Are you that guy that can
Well,
provide a living? So it's like you gotta come correct. Like you can be somebody that's earning a very low income and then want your woman to you know a hot woman, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
to submit or whatever. Now, if the woman is also like she's not the best looking and they're both kind of the same class or whatever, then okay, then it's like kind of like a level playing field and you both compromise. But
Yeah.
if you want the best of the best, you gotta pay the price on
Right.
both sides.
well, I'm gonna jump in and put my 2 cents in. For Black women, we are. If we're too sexy, it's a problem. If we cover up our sexiness, it's a problem. If we're career oriented, it's a problem. If we're a high school dropout and a teenage baby mama, it's a problem. So I am going to say one thing is universal. I think before there was a racism, there was a sexism. And this is what I read somewhere. They were saying, oh, black. I remember growing up as a little kid, we should say, black boy, you don't shine. I'm gonna get a white boy to beat your behind. White boy, you don't shine. But it's kind of the same, those little kid nursery rhymes used to play when we used to play patty cakes and Twill Lily. I might be too old for y'all to know about Twill Lily and all of that. But with the women, it was, oh, black woman, you too bossy. I'm gonna get me a white girl now. White girl, what you mean you get mad? You talking like these black girls now because you saying the same thing we saying. Now we got to get the Asian chick because the Asian chick, it is patriarchy is a thing. So we're not gonna say it's not a little bit of divide and conquer in here. Okay, black girl, we gonna use the white girl to put you in your place to get you a little bit more submissive. White girl, now you've been hanging around these black chicks too long. You're getting weave in your hair. You wear braids. Now we got to go over here to the Japanese girl and the Asian girls because they ain't like. Now, as soon as she start hanging out with the black girls, and she's like, you know what, I'm tired of your mess. We're gonna go back to the black woman. Black woman, we're gonna put you back on the screen because now you shining. Now we're gonna do that. So we see this divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as wanting to have your children have an easier life. Unfortunately, there was a time when having a lighter skin may have gotten your kids an easier path. I can't say if I do or don't blame those people for doing what they did to do that. We both know when it was over here, and for me, Haitian people started coming. I'm from a small town, Belgrade. The Haitian people start coming over. They wanted Hispanic men. They wanted white men. They wanted that, and that's what they wanted. And I think in the Dominican Republic, it's a lot of Haitian people who wanted to lighten up their gene pool and then want to date Haitians. So it is a thing. We should know enough now to be able to say, yes, that was a thing, and no, we're not going to continue it. We see it for what it is, and we're not. Because I changed some of this Indian in my family for some ass. Because I could put a weave on this hair. So I'll take a little more ass if I could change this here. And with the way black men done admitted they done start eating coochie, all this hair ain't really no good thing. So I take a less hair and a weave and some more ass and less hair and less shave. But it's like you women, we got to recognize it for what it is when they do play these games about white, black, Asian, whatever. It's a little bit of divide and conquer. And if at this time on my phenotype is the dominant phenotype that's real popular right now, then I'm gonna be the it girl. But realize it all come around full circle. So we have to recognize it for what it is as women, whether you're black, white, Asian, Hispanic, or what. And it happens. So we have to, do that. So I can't say people are wrong for what they did in the past. I could say we know what it happened and we have to be cognizant of it and begin to debunk that. Because when I see my son, my black son looking like what's that black man name I used to love? I was like, my black son is handsome. He got that square jawline, that dark skin, he is handsome. When I see my lighter skinned son smiling, but I don't know if black men see that. And there's going to be controversial. Cynthia G said black men are a conquered male. And I don't know when they look at their kids, do they see that beauty that we see in black? And if they don't see it, how to retrain their brain to see it.
Mhm.
And I think they just be mad. Sometimes I remember being mad at my mom because I didn't have a dad. So it was easier to blame the person there than to have to address the person that wasn't there. And when we did become an adult, it's like, if I get mad at my dad that's halfway in my life as an adult, will he disappear? So it's a lot easier and safer to be mad at mom and call black women this and that, because they're gonna be there. They the one who actually love us and gonna put up with our BS. This one over here ain't. This man over here not.
Mhm. So you
So
so
it's
you do feel like so you feel like that hate that seems to be coming towards black women, a lot of that comes from the issue that they resent mom,
yeah.
because dad
Like,
wasn't
mom,
there.
you should have chose better. You should have made me had a better dad. You should have made him. If you were a better woman, he would have been a better man.
Mhm.
Instead of saying, Dad, you was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
even when I have seen women come up, I don't care if you was a teenage mom. How many? I don't seen a girl had her whole entire two of her kids in high school, and now she's the nursing supervisor. OB, been working in OB first as a nursing student, when you could be a nursing student and still work, and when the
Mhm.
nursing program was structured a little differently, and been in OB for over 20 years. And she might be the I wouldn't be surprised if she the DON, but she had both of her kids in high school.
Mhm.
So to
Yeah.
sit here and discredit somebody and say you're not this or you're not that. And black women, we feel like we're on an interview when we go out. If we don't come across as a go-getter, educated, they want to put us in one category. And then when we do become that, oh, I'm
You're a
serious
gold
type
digger.
person.
Right.
No, when we do become that, okay, I'm not Shaniqua standing on the corner looking on a lollipop. When I am that educated person, I'm boring. So
Mhm.
no matter what you do or how you present, it's problematic. And I don't even think it's our issue. I just think it's playing one of us against the next. Oh yeah, you educated, you got this, and you need to loosen up and become a little bit more hoochie.
Oh, so divide and conquer. Okay.
And
And
that's all I think it is. And the women start recognizing it for what it is, instead of letting these men write the rules. Say, you know what? No, you're not gonna talk about the Asian. You're not gonna come to me and talk about the Asian girl. You're not gonna come to me and talk about the such and such girl. If that's how you is, I already see what you want. You need to go find somebody else who's gonna fall for that weak game, because it ain't finna be here. I ain't say them other women gonna do that, because if
okay.
they're the trending phenotype at the time, they
Right.
may see it. But at the end of the day, they're playing all us against each other.
Right. Okay. And Neophyte, welcome aboard. I'm glad to see you there. We were talking about the question of why do black men attack or abandon black women, and do black men actually hate us? Because I was talking about Stephen Jesse Jackson, how he said that we were the number one reason for the downfall of most successful black men was actually a bitter black woman, which I'm not. Then the NBA Patrick Patterson, he called black women bulldogs. Then in Harlem, they just got the woman attacked because she, rejected their advances. I don't know what she could have said that got her, beat up, kicked, and bitten in the face. What exactly did she have to say that got you that upset? And so, and they give all these reasons. They say we're masculine, we got attitudes, we don't uplift and support. It's a whole list of complaints. I was like, did we
Can
do
I
anything?
interrupt for 1 second?
Uh
If
huh.
that lady would have accepted him buying her something, they would have said she was a gold digger. But she didn't accept his advances. She didn't accept him buying her something. So now that's the problem. If, like I said, if she would accept, like in the girl, oh, she just in the club trying to get drinks. That's what they say. Oh, they just trying to get this. So the lady was like, no, I'm not attracted to you or whatever. I don't want your money or your material things. And then she was still blamed. And
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was one thing I had observed. And like, she was damned if she do, and she was damned if she don't. And I'm gonna figure out.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And so did you think anything about that, Neophyte? All the reasons they give, why they have issues with us. I remember I saw a Facebook post on my stream the other day, and it was these three white women that was really shapely, and the black man, he posted, and he had a caption that say, ladies, if they learn how to fry chicken, y'all through. And I was like, we'll never be through. I don't care what they learn how to fry. And I'll never be in competition with them. I don't care what they learn how to cook. And the fact that you think that, I want you to come get them. I want them to come get you and take them with you, and you eat their chicken with no seasoning on it, potato salad with raisins in it. You go ahead and eat that
Now,
food they
I
cook.
ain't gonna
But
say Trick ain't got a couple of good, decent rap songs, but I ain't listen to no man who say he snort cocaine after 3 o'clock. It's gonna be the role model. Even a broke clock is right twice a day. So every
Okay.
now and then he gonna get something in there. When he checked Trina about her stuff, he was right then. But Trick, you could kick that fried chicken, cause guess what? I don't even fry chicken that much. Chicken wings cost too damn much. It's cheaper for me to go and buy some chicken wings
I don't
than to waste
either.
my grease in my house frying chicken.
I don't either.
I
I
don't
gave up
even
fried
fry
food.
chicken.
When I said I was gonna change my diet, fried food was the first thing I gave up. I don't even fry chicken no more. But
I'm gonna fry chicken. I'm gonna get some chicken, but I ain't finna cook it. I got to mess up my whole kitchen with that grease everywhere. And I'm gonna just go to the store. I got to buy a whole thing of cooking oil because I don't use fry that much. I'm gonna use it one time. And these damn chicken wings costing $12 for 10 chicken wings when I could just go and get me some wingettes.
right. Okay, and
No.
neophyte, did you want to weigh in on that neophyte? The attitudes of black men. Now, do you find it with the black men that you socialize with? Because we Courtney and I were talking earlier about the men who do have a good attitude towards black women, not actually saying anything to the men who have the nasty comments, calling them bitches and hoes. So have you found in your association with black men that there's a hatred for us, or they have a tendency to attack us and criticize us, and then eventually abandon us?
I find that I'm not sure if my sound is coming in. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. I've said this several times. I almost sound like a broken record. I think that it largely depends on where it is that you find yourself. Okay. I've said it before. Where you are fishing, where are you trying to attract these fish, these men?
That's true.
The water that you're in is the problem.
Yeah.
This is where you're at. Your environment dictates the type of availability, the fish that are available. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in some pretty murky water. Right? This isn't a statement of we need to get out the hood. No, we need a filter for our hood is what we need. We really need to change the environment that we find ourselves in. I mean, if we weren't in an environment where it was okay to call women out of their name, then
Right.
we would see it different. But we don't have that availability. That was one of the big problems. We don't have anything that is conducive to raising men that are respectful. So you're going to be around a bunch of disrespectful men. Take, for example, Tupac. Grew up very respectful. Then all of a sudden, once his career got started, his experience with the women that he was around changed that drastically. Right? So you're a product of the environment that you're in. You change your environment, you change the availability of the things that you like. I mean,
Right.
not sure if I can go any further than that, but I mean that's how I feel about it.
So now, as a black man, do you
Yeah.
feel any type of obligation to say say you're in a barbershop, or say to say to a black man, hey, don't call women bitches, or anything like that, or hey, you gotta support them, and any type of positive reinforcement. Do you feel any type of obligation as a black man to do something like that?
As a black man, if you don't feel that obligation, something's wrong, in my personal opinion. Something is definitely wrong if you feel comfortable doing that. So, black woman in your presence, and you feel like dropping the B bomb or the N bomb. Again, you're a product of your environment. You're just speaking the lingo. Maybe the lingo ain't ready. It ain't for that. You want something different, you need to start doing different. But not to quote people, but you gotta want to do something different. Right. I remember getting into an argument with my wife, for example. I got into an argument with my wife, and my wife started dropping the N bomb all over the place. Now, I had to stop her immediately in the mid conversation. Look, I'm sorry. We can argue back and forth all day. We can keep on fighting all of this madness. That's not my problem. My problem is you using that N word. I'm not no nigga. You keep calling me that, and we'll have a different argument. So after you stop calling me that, then we can go back to the original argument, and we could continue fighting over that stuff. That's where The
Yeah.
pause, somebody got to press the pause button and
Right.
make that correction. If you don't make that correction, how you going to expect it? How you going to expect anything different?
Right.
After that moment, not only did she stop using it, but her brother stopped using it. Her brother's fiance stopped using it. Her cousin, who was just witnessing, sitting in the car listening to this argument, stopped using the N-word. Every time they're around me, they don't use that word no more. That's off the table. Right? So I'm just saying, you want something off the table, take it off the table.
Yeah, the N-word is something that I use. I use it affectionately, and I also use it as insult. And I did, and my boyfriend now, he stopped me from calling him that. He said to me, that's the equivalent of the B word. So if you're gonna use that word, then you must be opening the door for me to call you the B word in exchange. To me, that's the same thing. So I never used that again, with him.
Right.
But, because it didn't mean that to me, but if the fact that it meant that to him was enough. And he, like you said, he had to stop. He had to stop the brakes and say that. And I've done that with other things too in return. But somebody has to be the one to say something. And that was, my biggest goal with this channel was that somebody has to say something at some point. Because they really just run amok. They run amok. And I don't know what has to happen for somebody to bite you in the face. I really don't know what has to actually happen.
I'm still trying to figure that one out. I've asked that question a couple times. Like, where is that in the hood code? I've been in the hood for a while now. Where they bite people in the face? Like, what? When was that ever part of the code? Like, slapping,
you're a real G. You've been in the face, man. You're a real G.
You real G. You biting people in the face? What? Somebody done changed the rules up somewhere, because I mean, a slap here or there, a punch, a kick, a bite though. What? Come on, Tyson, cut it out. Like, bro.
Oh man. So the black men cannot even hit black women properly in America. Is that what's happening right now?
I don't think that's an American thing. I honestly think that person was an outsider, not
like a Dominican or something.
He had to be something other. I don't know what. I'm just assuming, because he didn't look like the typical. He looked like, if he was a New Yorker, he was definitely an other.
Right.
The one of the assailants. I know they said they caught one.
Yeah.
They could be Arab or something like that, right?
That dude, I don't want to claim. I don't want to claim none of that face biting, nothing. Whatever, whoever race that dude belonged to.
They caught one. I'm sure they're gonna snitch on the others.
Probably. I mean, if they biting, they snitching too. Probably. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Hood code, no snitching.
The biter is gonna
hood
snitch.
code.
He already off code by biting her, so he's probably gonna snitch.
He already off code. Look,
the same man that bit that woman was probably the same type of man that would set a woman on fire that they didn't want. We don't want to say it, but we all know what it is. And
I don't see that. I don't see him as a black man. That's an other.
Yeah.
As an other perpetrating.
People get in with ADOS and all of that other stuff. We may all have this melanin, but we don't all have the same cultural upbringings and things when it comes to that. And to talk about the Cuban guy, my husband delivers medication for a living to a lot of pharmacies. I mean, to a lot of nursing homes. And he's from Miami, and his coworker is Cuban, and he got the facility say he can't come here no more because he can't talk to these black women like he talked to his Cuban woman. And he got took off a route because, and then he got to tell my husband, well, tell the women I lost my job. It's like, do you really think that woman give a fuck about you losing your job? Next time you go to the facility, you better monitor your tone and remember you're in America.
What was he doing?
I was asking earlier, do you think that like these men who
was he a black Cuban or a white Cuban?
He was a white Cuban.
Well, he was cursing him out and talking ugly to him.
Well, he just was not. Most of the time, you go in nursing homes, you're going to be around a lot of women, and if you're from a culture and that women are, and when you come, remember you're a guest in that facility. When you're delivering medications, you're You're providing the customer service, so you have to be nice. So if them nurses say you gotta wait, and you know, if they come in there with an attitude, we might make you wait a little longer. I might be finished passing these pills and everything before I come to get to you. And if you come in there disrespectful, you might wait longer. So if you think you're gonna talk to them women like you talk to your wife in your home, your ass gonna be waiting a very long time. And you better modify your tone when you at work and Americanize yourself than when you in that Latin home.
Right. Okay. Okay. I see.
So, and he was like,
That's a true
tell her I
story.
lost my job. It's like, really? You think she give 2 cents that you lost your job? You can't talk to a professional the way you talk to your wife.
You have to go in there and act like you want your job. And,
and that includes being respectful to women.
And so,
and that's
so now, Neophyte, I wanted to ask you, and one thing we were saying was that, do you think that if we actually, that these men who speak this way, use these words, do you think they're actually able to identify where the hostility is coming from? Because like we were saying that we think that maybe some of them have resentments to their mom because dad wasn't there. They think she ran him off or whatever. Or they had mommy issues. Maybe she was abusive. Maybe she was calling them, you know, N-words and cursing them out. Do you think that men who are like that, like this Stephen Jesse Jackson or Patrick Patterson, do you think they would actually be able to identify the source of why they're so hostile to Black women?
Again, we're talking about my personal feelings here. My opinion is that they see it, but don't know how to address it. Mm-hmm. No one teaches a person how to counsel themselves. Mm-hmm. Right? And this is clearly something that needs some long-term counseling. Mm-hmm. Nobody's bothering to do that part of the growth.
Right. Because to me, that's one of why I did the whole video on honesty. That's one of the key components is being able to honestly say, this is what the problem is, or this is my issue. This is my issue. This is why I feel this way. Because I wonder if they would actually be honest enough to say, yeah, my mom.
I have a kind of a theory, I guess you would call it, of the actual source for Black Americans, right? Which it trickles down into other cultures. What happens? America is the measuring rod, is the standard that everybody clings to, and other cultures tend to take their cues from what goes on over here.
Right.
But there's still an actual source for all of the trauma. And we're going to say racism, yeah, but we're going to talk about something very specific in racism. And the fact that we're not talking about a race anymore. We're talking about a commodity.
Right.
You got to remember, we got to really think about this. Wall Street, not Black Wall Street, but just Wall Street. Mm-hmm. What was the highest grossing commodity in Wall Street? That's not a rhetorical question. Somebody's got to, try to chime in on this.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't follow Wall Street like that now. So I don't know. I'm not sure.
When?
What was that?
When?
I don't know. Is it? What'd you say?
In what period?
Let's go back to the beginning.
Back then?
Yes.
I want to say steel or oil.
I would say slavery.
Oh, you mean cotton? Like.
Mm-hmm. There we go. We're good. We're getting somewhere.
Okay. We went back to the beginning.
Anybody want to make one more guess, and then I'm just going to blurt it out.
I was trying to Google it.
Nope.
Actual people?
What? Yeah, good luck with that. That's the closest answers I've got. Actual people. Okay. The highest grossing commodity on Wall Street in those times were Black women. You were not human beings. You were a commodity. And guess what? Has not changed. Nothing. Black women are still the highest grossing commodity in Wall Street history. Problem with that is it demeans who you are. Mm-hmm. As Black women, now you are a product. Mm-hmm. You are an aphrodisiac. You are the answer to everyone's problem.
Mm-hmm. And you know, and like even when I see these movies, there's always the wise old black lady who's raising the kids. She's the maid or the cook or the housekeeper. She's raised, you know, she's the ones that the kids love. And it's like you always see that there's some wise old black woman that used to fry chicken, and you know, Pippi Longstocking used to go hug her. You know, it's always that theme there about this wise old black woman.
It's always that weird narrative where the black woman is the highest producing anything on any of the islands south of the Gulf, all the way into the South America, the Southern Americas, not South America, but the Southern states. Okay, what's the second highest grossing product? Black men. And what has changed? Nothing. Only in America can you actually find some like places where it's still illegal to be black.
Right. Right.
It was Oregon. It was Oregon in about 2000. I say, 2007. I think so. 2002 or 2007. My dyslexia gets in my way sometimes. Anyway, it was like 2007 is when they actually changed the rhetoric in their state constitution that actually stated that it was illegal for you to be black and live in Oregon. It was only in 2000.
Oregon.
Yes. If you are black and live in Oregon twice a year, you are allowed to be beaten until you changed your mind about living in Oregon. These are not my words. This is in their state constitution. And they only recently changed this in the 2000s. There are 5 other states that have that law on their books. Only in America is it illegal to be black. Other states, you have other countries. You had what was it? Apartheid and things of that nature. America, you have several different stages of racism, but when it comes to the West, is where you start getting this weird stuff going on. That's still there for you to actually look at and be like, wait, why is it even a thing? Why is it even difficult for you to? You need a whole meeting to change this rhetoric.
Right.
That's a long tirade on just something that I find that we're missing. There is not a war on black women. There's not a war between black men and black women. There's a war on blackness.
But at the same time, you know,
in order for you to keep black power from being able to manifest itself, you need to pit it against each other.
Right.
Well, hold on.
You can only have places like this.
I mean, the power struggles are never going to stop.
Okay.
Sorry to tell you
I'm
this.
just saying.
Yeah, the power struggles will always. It's a fact of human nature, a fact of life.
Hello, can I jump in? But when you say this, and excuse the water running in the background, I'm taking a shower. You have to say that black women are reactive. We never said, black men, you're ugly. We never said you're unattractive. We never said you're too masculine. All of that was a response, a reaction to years and years and years of black men doing it. When other races marry outside their race, they don't go and say, if a Hispanic man marry a black woman, he don't say Hispanic women ain't shit. He don't put his mama down and his sister down. But that's what black men did. And so after a while, like children that have a piece of candy, say, I got this candy and you don't have none, we start to say we don't care. And we started to respond. And I think we were very strong for a long time until we said, we don't give a fuck. Take your ass over there. Do what the fuck you want to do. Leave us the fuck alone. on and stop coming in Black spaces on Black women panel telling us how happy you is. Because we ain't worried about your Beijing beard. We ain't worried about you talking about our bodies, but you got a double D cup sitting on your chest. We ain't worried about that you ain't got no high school diploma. But we said those things as a reaction to Black men demeaning us. When we was the teenage baby mamas, and we went ahead and still got educated and got the degree, they say, bitch, you think you something cause you got a degree. They gave you that degree. I say, nah, motherfucker, I got the student loans to show you, but then they didn't give me that degree. Yes, I did earn it. So that was a reaction to, that wasn't an offense. That was a defensive mechanism. And Black men started that. We didn't want to be the head of household. I was a single mother of 3. And I say, and that shit they talk about Black women being a commodity, you damn right we have a value. Because when I didn't know how I was going, I didn't get free daycare. I say, how the hell I'm gonna make this work? I say I'm gonna get a full-time job Monday through Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday I'm gonna work 12 hours on the weekend to pay for that daycare, because I don't get WIC, I don't get Section 8, and I don't get childcare. We didn't say I'm gonna break down. We say how we make this shit work. And when we said how to make it work and we made it work, they turned around and used it against us. So yes, we are valuable, but we wish our men would recognize how valuable we are. And instead of throwing it in our face, take that shit and say, let me partner with you. Let me come back to the fold and show you how to do what we can do. It was on somebody's panel that somebody said, a Black man said, the Black woman is recognized as the strongest in the Black race, and the white man is recognized as the strongest in their race, and they're doing it. So I need my Black men to say, that shit ain't fucking true. Come back over here. We don't give a fuck if you got a high school, a PhD, or if you're a contractor, or a carpenter, or a plumber. We don't care about that, baby, as long as you're working and making money. And if you that air conditioner repair person who just starting out, you get your experience, and when you go out and you do your car, you say, here go my phone number. The next time you need your air conditioner service, don't call them people, call me direct. I'm gonna give you a deal. And that's what we need our Black men to do.
Yeah, I had a plumber do that to me the other day. He was like, "Here, you call me when they something." But the thing is that and the thing is that I have a hard time understanding why it is that Black men seem to buy into the inferiority, when the thing is that but the thing is that they want to criticize us so much as a people, but we're the trendsetters. They copy our fashions, they copy our our food, they copy our everything. They copy our whole style. They're culture vultures. They're the Kardashians wearing cornrows. They they copy our look. They're going and getting their lips. They're spray tanning. They spray tanning their whole bodies to look tan. But the thing is that they're constantly an imitation of us. They're constantly stealing our culture. All the white rappers. We used to be all rappers. We created that genre from nothing. That genre didn't even exist. And I was a child. Now we got white rappers. They come into everything we do. We're the trendsetters, and you copy everything we do and everything we are, but you want to try to tell us that we're inferior. So that's why I understand why we are so willing to buy into that inferiority complex and just take it on and try to be more like them when they are in fact trying to be like us in just about everything we do. And all the inventions, that when you go back and research, they were slaves, or they were Black people who invented them, but white people, bought them out or took it over or stole it from them, and they patented it and everything from the stoplight, and so to I don't know, the cotton gin or whatever, so much they have stolen from us throughout history and denied that they stole it. They went over there and smashed the noses off of all the pharaohs in Egypt because they didn't want them to be Black. So, but the thing is that, we've done so much and we've been such a powerful people and we come from such a powerful place. I don't understand buying into that, And so when we as Black women, in spite of everything that we carry, everything we do, learn how to make $1 out of 15 cents for our whole lives to carry our families. When we hear this hatred coming toward us, or we hear these attacks, or they try to abandon us and uphold other races, what should we do? How do we respond?
Black Illuminati saying that we're saying it's too late. We're not saying it's too late. We're saying get on the path and get your shit together and come on over here. I'm not no longer willing to let you live in my house rent free and go to school no more. We want you to come back. We want you to take a time out and stop pussy hunting and stop trying to go to the next easier vessel and get y'all shit together and come back. Cause I dated I went out with a couple of Puerto Rican guys. They were not it for me.
Right.
And this may sound whatever. I just like Black American men. That's what I have more comfort with. I ain't saying I couldn't date a Black Haitian man. I'm more comfortable from my small town surrounding with a Black American man. I dated a Puerto Rican guy. It was not there. I want a Black man. Now, if I didn't have a Black husband, would I be open to dating other? So we're not saying it's too late. We want you. We're just not willing to put up with anything to get you. And if I have to dumb down myself, I will be by my fucking self and be okay and take me some hot girl summers with my girls and go on some cruises and take some selfies with my girls if that's what I got to do in the meantime till I meet that man.
Right.
If I ever meet that man.
Yeah, like the Samuel guys telling Black women to put their dick away, you know. They talk about the things they've done, you know.
Girl, I got some dick wrapped up in a box somewhere back there. Dick ain't
Oh my God.
Yeah. You know, he's just when I finally looked him up, you know.
I have a couple questions though.
But I was wanting to know, you know, what do you guys think? You know, so when we as Black women, when we see this hatred, it looks like coming towards us, when we feel this hatred and we feel this rejection or abandonment by Black men, what should we do? How do we respond? What should we do?
That's a loaded question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we feel like we want to reconnect, and we feel like we want to be together because we're stronger together. What do we do when we feel this? Like when we hear Stephen Jackson saying bitter Black women are bringing him down. Patrick Patterns called the bulldog. You know, the lady said, "No, thank you, sir. I don't want to go out with you." And they bite her in the face. So when we hear these things, and that's what's coming at us in streams, you know, what do we say? What is our response? What should we do? What do you guys think?
I take the Neely Fuller approach. Ignore it until we are ready to actually communicate.
Mm-hmm.
We're not ready for that sort of interaction between each other, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or my first comment didn't really hit home for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
The first comment was the fact that we really need to approach, it was leaning towards we need to approach each other with understanding and love.
Right.
However, we have entirely too much trauma that we are clinging to and calling it culture.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I embrace all of it. I've come to a point where I embrace even the stereotypes.
Mm-hmm.
You can disagree with it, that's fine. But in my eyes, from my experience, from my travels, I come to find that even the darkest of our stereotypes should be embraced. They can't have any part of us. They can't have our entertainment. They can't have our creativity. They can't have our ethic, our just our all around ability to be able to adapt and overcome. They can't have any more of this. And when I say they, I do mean Muzungu. I do mean white folks. I do mean those that would, any other folks that would do us harm.
Okay.
Right? Now, where am I going with that? I'm saying Black people that are not just native to this country. I'm talking about Black people who have ever gotten pulled over for a tail light being out. Any Black person who has ever gotten pulled over because your tent was too dark. Any Black person that was suspect or they fit the description. If you catch my drift, it's more to it than just being ADOS, FBA, red, black, and green. The overall the overall thing that is keeping us down is the fact that we don't understand that white people don't have a nationality in this country without first calling us Black.
What?
They don't exist. It's not a nationality. This is a state, a group of states. If they go back to their home countries, they are either A, German, Swedish, I don't know, Nordic.
Right.
They are
Anglo-Saxon.
they are Anglo-Saxon. They are Caucasian. They are anything else but white.
Right. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
It is false. They don't have that quote unquote white privilege outside of America.
But
They
wait
are
a minute, like the white privilege was coined by black people, right?
no. I don't know where you get this from, but this white as a nationality is something that is an American creation.
Mhm.
How else do you get Scottish and Irish to stop fighting each other? Scottish and Irish were both slaves in this country.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
They were indentured servants.
Mhm.
Now they run the police department. Why? They were the closest to the bottom of the totem pole.
Mhm.
And guess who they put at the bottom? You, black man. You, black woman.
Mhm.
But I
more
think, don't you
African
think that at this
American.
stage in the game, like a lot of black people just kind of choose to stay at the bottom?
Stay at the bottom. Look, that's the
What
best
you
place to be.
mean? Black women are one of the most people getting degrees. Now, I don't know
Wait,
if
hold on.
what
Wait a
we're
minute.
getting
Wait a minute.
degrees and stuff for is a come up. It's to
Hold on.
better ourselves. So how are we choosing to stay at the bottom when we're out there getting it? And there are black men that are out there trying to get it. So how is that choosing to stay at the bottom when we might not have the most PhDs, like as far as nurse practitioners? The nurse
Pump your
practitioners
brakes,
are
sweetheart.
having a
Hold on.
hard
Wait a
time
minute.
finding a job because the number of black women that are becoming nurse practitioners. They're even saying if you as a nurse practitioner find a job paying $80,000 a year, you're lucky. I'm a fucking 2-year degree RN and I make $80,000 a year. So they were going. So when we do jump through the hoop to get that more money, to get that higher degree, they devalue what we've done. So how is that? We had a
Well,
thing on
I
what
can
Trump
tell
was
you.
saying. Let me say this here. Let me say this. They said we're gonna go back towards experience because back in the day, a black woman couldn't work at the health department, couldn't be a teacher. And when we start getting those degrees, you know what they started doing? The state starts saying we're going to privatize. So privatized companies don't have to go by the same rules as state jobs. When a black person can be a correction officer, but now that we can, and we're getting those state retirements, even though they aren't the best jobs, they say we're going to privatize so they don't have to go by the same criteria. Because when you become a nurse at the state correctional facilities in Florida, you have to have been a nurse or RN for a year before you could even apply for the job. So when we started meeting those criteria, having those degrees, they say, now we're going to value experience more than degrees because we getting the fucking degrees. And they changed the rules. So don't say we ain't trying when black women are one of the most biggest number of people getting higher education. We aren't getting it just to say we got a degree. We're getting it to improve our circumstances. So don't say it may not pan out like we thought because they changed the rules, but don't say we ain't trying to better ourselves.
And in all honesty,
I don't
Okay,
again,
hold on. I think I need to maybe clarify my statement.
okay.
Statistically, black people are at the bottom. Let's say there might be some other, maybe the Native Americans have more alcoholism or more violence, at least like domestic violence. But everybody knows that black people are lagging. And what I mean to say is that since there's
Yeah,
no
that's like the statistics that
actual,
say
hold on,
black
hold on,
people
hold on,
smoke
hold on. Let
more
me finish. Let
weed
me finish.
because
Let
we
me
get
finish.
arrested for smoking more
Sister,
weed. But we
please,
all know black
please,
people ain't the only people smoking more weed. We just have the most arrested percentage
please. Let
wise.
me finish. So, um, since statistically black people are doing so badly, and since the laws have changed since the 60s and stuff, and since black people like me from other countries come and do well, there's something going on. I believe it's culture that's holding black Americans back. regardless of all the history. Like, I mean, Black Americans, I'm gonna say this, Black Americans
Three type
do
of
not
lies.
own blackness.
Lies,
Black Americans
damn
do not own
lies, and
slavery.
statistics. So we got to watch the statistics, because we all know that when that
This is
young
delusion.
black man
This
who
is
is
delusion.
15 years old get caught with weed, that he get call your parent in these small redneck country towns in Florida, because everything ain't Miami, and here we're gonna let you go home, but that black man gonna get that arrest, gonna get that criminal history. So when you talking about these statistics, we have to talk about the lies, the damn lies, and statistics, because these statistics
Come on.
are not accurate.
You,
And the
you
thing is
know
that
that all
those-
you have to
those
do is
same
not have weed in your
statistics-
pocket.
but
Like
those same statistics
my
are
mom
showing
used to
that
tell me, hey, you're
that,
black. Like you know, you had the talk.
You think
Oh,
when
you're not
we
supposed to
became
do this,
legal,
you're not
white people
supposed to
just
do that.
started smoking weed? You think when weed became legal, them people were sold
You
out within the first
you want to
week?
be equal
Because
in
white
crime
people,
with
we were still buying from our
with
guy on
white
the
people.
corner when
Is
they was
that it?
going into the
You want to
dispensaries.
be able to
Well,
do the bad things that white people do and then get the same type of
Who
punishment that
said
white people
weed was
do.
a bad
but,
thing? The
but
same
this is the thing,
motherfuckers who
though.
talk about the LGBTQ, but them same
Hold
Republicans
on.
that get caught in the bathroom talking to a little boy, that's those people
Excuse
who
Hello.
said
me,
weed was a
excuse
Listen,
bad
me, my
thing.
friend.
Relax.
Cause
listen.
Excuse
alcohol
me, my
is
friend.
a bad
All I
Hold
thing.
on,
know is
hold
that
on.
it's illegal. It's
I
illegal
had a
to do it in
question.
certain states.
The same people
Everybody
who
knows it.
fighting to lower the legal marrying ages of young girls is the people that we're accepting their moral code. Those people, we accepting
So
their moral code. The people who want to be able to fucking marry a 15 and 14-year-old, those people that's
where is
up
that?
in
Who's doing
uproar in
that?
their
Who's
state because
doing
they
that?
can't
That's
marry
more on
kids.
topic.
And
Right.
is that what
That's
like
more
the
on topic.
majority
Those
of
are the
like
people who you talking about.
conservatives or whatever
Because
think?
I ain't
Yeah,
accepting that
she's more on
certain
topic.
thing that weed is bad.
Yeah, but she's more on topic with that. As far as letting white people set the standard. Now, as far as the statistics that you were talking about, as far as economics, but the same studies and the stats that you're mentioning, they also show that black people were being denied opportunities. They were denied the promotions. They were denied the jobs. For white people,
Are they? Wait, how do you get those statistics?
As a nurse right now, it's a
Oh yeah.
2-year nurse came in, and I'm a 22-year working nurse making $2 less an hour than me, and I've been a nurse since 1997, and she just got her degree, and she making $2 less an hour than me.
Well, those stats are
Why did you stay in that?
Yeah, but
okay, you gotta negotiate better.
Those stats that you're asking, Ruben, those are old stats. They were so old. Do you remember quotas? Do you remember when there were job quotas and black people were required to have a certain amount of jobs? That certain amount of jobs were supposed to be held for companies for black people. Do you remember that quotas? Those quotas were based off of those statistics that proved that black people were being hired, promoted at a lesser weight than white people when they were often more qualified.
Well, I mean,
but we ain't gonna even talk about.
But when was that? Like
system?
Yeah,
the charter school system and what's that?
They just removed quotas. They just removed quotas from job requirements. They were legally required to hire X amount of black people because the statistics were showing that white people were being hired for jobs that they were less qualified for than black people.
But we ain't gonna even talk about this Betsy DeVos and this charter school system.
Which is awesome. You want school choice because you have too many.
No, honey, let's get it straight, because you ain't from this country. Let me tell you what that.
I'm just winning in your country. That's all I'm doing.
Let me tell you, that's not from America.
I just came without knowing the language, and I'm winning.
Let me tell you what the charter school system is for. Because you're from Miami, but I'm from redneck Florida. So let me tell you what the charter school system is about. Because in this little redneck ass town and all these redneck ass towns up and down 27, they happen. They only have one high school. And because they have one high school and one middle school and a couple of elementary schools, they created private schools when they integrated the school system. And the only people that went to the public school
integration
system, let me finish saying this here, was the poor white trash that couldn't afford to do that. And because these white people in all these redneck towns is trying to have them little private ass schools, they created the charter school system to resegregate the South, to take public dollars and use it for resegregation. So I understand you from Cuba, but I'm from redneck, backwards ass, Bear Glade, Florida, all up and down 27 with Polk County and all these redneck towns that's just like Bear Glade. They got one high school where them white people then want their white daughters going to school with these black niggas. But in the meantime, the black men back in the day had to be hiding from these white whores because they were trying to jump on their dick. So don't tell me about redneck Florida and what the charter school system is. You know of it. I lived it. I live that in Clewiston right now. The white people live on the right side of 27 and the black people live over in a hole in Harlem. So don't tell me about this here. I've been living this ever since 1974. You know Miami. I know the rest of redneck Florida.
This is why we cannot have nice things.
I couldn't.
What about the charter schools for black kids in New York that is doing great, especially with black boys?
The charter schools where they kicking that they saying, let us get this system in place and we're gonna allow a few in. But when we get all these dollars in place, we're gonna start kicking them out for wearing braids and they.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to step in a little bit. I actually just figured out how to turn the mics down. Sorry, you guys. But yeah, we're like way off topic.
The charter schools that are once they get in place, that are gonna kick people out for having braids in their hair.
Of course. I mean, the thing is, I noticed that there's no standards and there's no divisions in class in Black America, or there are, but they're not reinforced like the Europeans and the Asians do it. Please,
but JoJo can have a pink stripper clip on, but the black girl can't have a red clip on in her hair. We're talking about those standards.
No, I'm talking about the lack of standards. Like, black people need to discriminate themselves on the basis of behavior.
The basis of what behavior? Because when I went and got in this nursing damn program, everybody want to say, when I was looking at the white bitch in Publix in Riverview, Florida, when she was separating her.
Okay. So,
let's not.
We need to get back on topic. The topic was actually
because you understand Miami, but you don't understand Florida.
No, we can't talk about that.
I've traveled around Florida. I've seen like poor white people before.
Florida, traveled around and lived in is two different things.
Okay, so his work. Okay, but no. I turned the mics down. I think because we're off topic. School system. Yeah, I wasn't prepared to talk about the school system, so I can't moderate or even participate. But yeah, what we were talking about, we were actually coming to the resolution part. We're coming to the resolution part of the topic, which was black men and black women, and black women feeling attacked. So we were coming to the resolution part where we're saying, what should we do about that? And I think I kind of gleaned from what Neophyte was saying that we should not take it personally when that doesn't come toward us as black women, until we can get to a time where we're ready to reconcile. But I think the time is now, and so. I do agree with that. And I kind of pulled out from what he was saying was not to take it personally when we do get this hatred coming toward us from the Stephen Jacksons and the Patrick Pattersons and the guys, I guess, attacking you at the store. Not to take it personally. And he also mentioned that we have to be ready for a meaningful dialogue about it. Okay. And I think as individuals, we had suggested actually taking the time to correct them. If you hear them calling women bitches, correct them. If you see them not holding the door open, correct them, like the person I was with, correct them and say, hey, we have to hold open the door for these ladies. So as far as solutions and what to do, so I got that. Don't take it personally. Try to have meaningful dialogue, and as individuals, feel compelled to say something to when you see them going against the grain. So was there anything that you guys could recommend or you think of as a solution towards if you feel the hate coming towards us, or if you see somebody expressing hate towards black women? As far as solutions, what do you think could be a good response for us in those cases? Okay.
Yeah. Make them think. And why?
Okay.
Yeah.
Ask them why?
Yeah, like which ones, give me some good examples and tell me why. Maybe they're just generalizing.
Okay, so that's actually good. So you want to be direct and ask them why do they feel that way?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you would ask them, like, do you have any, where are you getting that information from?
Of course.
And why do you
Yeah. What have you seen? Yeah.
Which would actually
who hurt you?
Because and that's what I think too. I think they have mommy issues. I think their mommy did something to them, or like Courtney was saying, that they blame mommy because daddy's not there. So I think they did something to them, but I don't know how honest that people would be in admitting that that's their real issue, is that your mom hurt you or your mom wasn't there for you or whatever. You feel abandoned. And so you're taking it out on Black women. And so once you have the understanding that they have an issue going on with them, then what you do. Number one, I ain't gonna stay around to hear it. Because like the whole manosphere people, to me, the manosphere guys, they're all lost. There's no point in trying to talk to them. There's no point in trying to reason with them. They hate us. They want to punish us.
No,
so I mean, so to me, so
you gotta. I mean, because then I wouldn't be here, listening to you ladies. So
really, so you in the the whole manosphere type.
Yeah, I follow a couple of guys there. Yeah, for sure.
Wow. And so you don't feel the hatred coming from them for Black women?
Yeah, I feel especially from the losers. But there's also some guys that have gone through some crazy divorces and stuff like that, or have had their money stolen or heartbroken. So there's jaded dudes for sure, but there's also some truth to it. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of Black ladies that just have a very forceful attitude, and to a lot of guys, we just don't like it. It's just the way it is. And then, like KS says, it's like, who are you trying to sell this to, and who's gonna buy it?
To be honest, everybody knows what happened in Black Americans' home, but we don't take the chance to look at what happened in white America home. I can only speak for my state, but I know my state is not the only state. You ain't never seen nothing like these white men who want to leave their wives destitute. When those women finish being them housewives, these men are saying, oh yeah, I traded you for a model and I'm going to make sure you get your alimony up here. You need to go to the state capital of Florida and look at the rallying tell and see all them angry white men mad at their first wife for saying, I sat here and bared your children for 20 some years. I didn't have a career and you want to leave me destitute. And the alimony that we agreed upon, we're trying to pay all these politicians to overturn that law. So we give white men more credit than they deserve on what they're doing. I'm not going to say that Black men aren't put our Black men down to the lowest common denominator, but we, like I say, patriarchy is a thing, and they will divide women amongst each other. I can't talk about everything that happening now, but I'm not gonna sit here and say Black men are the worst, because them demons up in Tallahassee fighting to take every strip of blood, everything they got from them women who was their baby mamas and delivered all them children for 20 years and sat home. Them bitches, I rode to Tallahassee with one of them who pulling out an EBT card, but I didn't have to pull out an EBT card because my Black ass worked, but they were.
And so, Coach, so what do you think is the solution when we feel like we hear this hatred coming towards us as Black women?
I'm not going to even just say it's a Black people thing. I'm going to say it's a man-woman thing. But I'm not sure what your name is up there. I'm going to say
Cuban.
Engage with me as a Black person. Don't quote statistics to me, because those statistics are not bared and true. Now, we want to have a conversation. We can have a conversation, but please do not say that we are at the bottom, because as women, and you can go and pull the statistic from anywhere, Black women are one of the most educated group of women and crawling up the higher degree. So that is, excuse me, we ain't talking about our love life. You said that statistically we were at the bottom and we choosing to stay there. And some things have to match.
Economically though, right? He was talking about economically, right?
No, we're talking about the relationship of Black men and Black women, right?
But you started pulling out statistics that were not based about. Let me say this. He did not pull out statistics that were based on lonely. He pulled out that we were at the bottom.
I
understood you to say
it's all related.
That's what I thought. I thought economically is what you were saying. But now, if you want to get some stats,
but we are not a people that are true. If we got
16 and over who never married, okay, that was in 1950 it was 20%, and 1998 is 41%. White women 24% who never married, and in 98 29%. So their stats are going up too. Hispanics 20. This is you Cuban. 20%, and then in 1998, 22%. Okay, the children raised in a single parent home, Blacks was 72%, white was 25%, Hispanic, that's you, 42%. Okay. So we are worse in that area with the single parent homes. Black couples who did get married and ended divorce. Black couples 48%, whites 47%, Hispanic 44%. Okay, and then the black youth in the juvenile system, blacks 15%. And in 1950 went up to 40% in 1997. Whites 37% in 1997. Hispanics 37%. So now the stats, they're all in the same directions, but they are worse.
But I have to question the thing about the jail population, because in corrections they only have black and white. They rarely have a Hispanic unless they have reintroduced it as to start counting.
No,
they gotta have Hispanic. They have these statistics.
No, I worked in DOC and I went to the website. They had 2 classifications for people, white or black, and Hispanics were counted with white. So I ain't got to tell you. Now they may have upgraded it since then, but that is what it used to be.
Yeah, and I didn't do adult. I just did juvenile.
Right.
Juvenile. So I don't know adults. So it might be the case. 15, 40, and 37. Yeah. Okay. And so so those are your stats now. Everybody's stats look bad, but I was not concerned about the others. I was just concerned about black people's stats. And so
look, man, like in terms of men and women, feminism is not good.
No, in terms of men and women, feminism is not good for patriarchy. Let's get it right. There would be no need for feminism if there wasn't a sexism. So y'all address the sexism and we won't have a feminism problem. So address that sexism and we won't have feminism. Feminism is a reaction to sexism. So y'all have control over that in this patriarchy.
Right. But we already, you guys have the same rights.
But women ain't marrying no more. Women ain't having babies like
that's
that.
Your choice. That's you. That's you want to be a career woman. Good for you.
Excuse me. White women not either, and Hispanic women coming up, because ain't nobody.
I agree, and that's wrong. That's bad.
Treatment. When we have options over our fertility, we're not choosing to do this anymore.
Exactly.
Look,
they're not married now because they don't have to.
Just like the countries that are having problems finding wives, they're going to have problems and guess what? We'll just be a damn species that'll be eliminated if we can't get past it.
Because women got the right to choose. That's why we're going to disappear.
Treated like we treat you. If I say, "Hey, Cuban liberal, how you doing this morning? Good to see you," and you can't return that to me, and I'm not talking about you, but if I speak to a man respectfully and he cannot speak back respectfully to me because I'm a woman, then jack your dick and I'm gonna get my vibrator and we're gonna have a great time.
Whoa. Yeah, but that's an extreme case. I think we're talking more about
Clever Kale and ask him where he get his dolls from. And y'all gonna do what y'all do, and women gonna be over here, and we're gonna have the Amazons and the whatchamacallit, and the human population will cease to exist if we can't come to a better solution.
Look, but I mean, women are just not that marriage-minded as they used to be.
Right. If you got a problem with mutual respect, I ain't asking you to give me nothing extra. I'm asking you to respect me like I respect you. And if you got a problem with that, then you got to figure that out. But you ain't gonna treat me like a second-class citizen because I got a vagina and you got a dick and we both going out and working.
No, I treat you as even better than I treat another guy. Like the way you're talking to me right now is not the way men talk to each other, because then when you fight each other.
But this the thing difference is, if a woman pulled those statistics out on me, I would talk to her the same way. I wouldn't talk to her no differently.
But that's not right either.
No, if you come at me with BS statistics that degrade my race,
like your volume is right up here. This is a good example of the situation.
Give you the thing that you may not know the difference because you weren't born here. I'm going
because I won't settle for this type of behavior from a woman that I like. For example, doesn't mean that I don't.
You ain't got to accept that from me because I ain't got to submit but to.
Okay, so yeah, so I did want to get back to solution focus because this is what we came up with so far. Now, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I did get from Neophyte to not take it personally and just be prepared for a dialogue when they're ready for it. And I did get from Cuban that he said to ask why and try to understand why it is they feel that way, which will lead to dialogue, which is what Neophyte was saying. And Black Illuminati, I saw her in the text saying leave the country. We can't leave the country. Black a little
I
money.
don't have to submit to every man, just one man.
All right.
No, but just be respectful. Like we were talking, I never once
All right.
raised my voice and got
But
into
you
the,
were
you know, the thing.
disrespectful when you came with those disrespectful statistics, and I told you they
Facts,
weren't accurate. Those are not facts. Those are not
madam.
facts.
I mean,
No,
I've
they're
been to
not.
the FBI
They're
website
not
and I've seen
facts.
the crime
I
statistics at
don't give a
least.
damn what website you come from.
But I
Yeah,
mean,
and the thing
there's
Because
is,
no
I
reason
know
to
it's
be
not a
upset.
fact to
yeah, and the thing is
support.
that
Like they say, over such and such $1 billion collected in child support, but they might say over $2 billion in child support collected, but they don't talk about the 98 billion.
but now see, we're on different topics, and the thing is that and I don't mind necessarily the conversations morphing, but we're into topics that I haven't done any research for at all, so I can't really say. But I can't really even say or comment on what you're talking about because I haven't done research for that. But so now, Neophyte, was there a point you wanted to make as well?
Yeah, I've got so many points that I actually would like to address, but I'm afraid that it might go off topic because they're not for the young lady; they're for the young man here.
Okay.
I have quite a few questions for him, and if I can have a dialogue with him, that'd be great.
Okay. Okay. So you wanted to say something to him? You said.
Um,
Or you-
yeah,
Okay. Or you were wanting to have a private chat? But he's
no,
he's
no,
okay.
no. Just a couple of questions because I already feel
Yeah, he's okay with you addressing
that
him.
again, these are my feelings. My feelings are my opinions. My opinions, feelings, they're the same definition. So
Okay.
don't take it personally. But I really don't think you have a grasp of what it means to be a Black American man in the United States. I don't think you have an understanding, a firm understanding of the history and the intricate details that are involved with the systemic racism that Black men go through and have gone through generationally. These things are generational traumas that when someone that comes from outside of the country gets here, they don't have that. It gives you a false understanding of what exactly is going on with Black men in America. Not to
Okay,
dilute your experience with your country. However, there is a big difference between the two. Now, the experience that you had over there, I don't know how you could deal with it, honestly. But over here, there were a few things that were different. Example: how much history do you actually know of Black history? How much Black history do you actually know?
Black American history, not a lot.
That is one of my problems. If you don't know that Black children in this country were once used as alligator bait, and I'm not being sarcastic, that is factual, then you don't know what the trauma is that I'm talking about. We grow up with these stereotypes, but these stereotypes have a source. The source is what the trauma is. You ever get that? Ask any Black woman, ask any Black man in America, what does it mean to be home when the street lights come on? You come home when the street lights come on because of an older issue that we used to have. It's called a sundown town. A sundown town means that when that sun goes down, if you are Black and out, you can be hung with no legal backlash. It was legal for you to be hung after sunset. This is why your parents put so much emphasis on being in the house when the quote unquote street lights came on. This is trauma that is passed down generationally that you would not be privy to. So unfortunately, you don't have the scope of what is exactly going on in this country.
Okay, I agree with you completely. Now, when I come here and I hear that black people are having problems, like you said, with the system, but they say that it's because of something that we share, right? Our skin color, but I don't have the same problems, and other Africans or Caribbeans don't have the same amount of problems, then I start to think, wait a minute, what is happening? Is it the skin color that is a problem, or is it the Black American culture that is a problem? Are you saying then that Black Americans are so traumatized from the past that they behave today in a detrimental way to themselves, or does the system only choose to harm Black Americans?
Well, and this is what I will
Both
tell
of
you,
them.
because I dated a Nigerian for a year, and I also was around some of his other friends that they were from different parts of Africa. This is what I found, that those African men from another culture, and I've noticed this, I think with Latino men as well, they're very subservient to white people. They're very subservient to white men. They defer to white men. They defer to white women. So their experience is not going to be the same as a born Black American, because they're foreigners and they have this accent, they have this subservient attitude, and they work for a lot less than others will, and so they're not.
Do you mean that they follow the rules?
No, they're subservient,
No.
and they'll. It's like they won't
Wait,
acknowledge.
hold on.
They won't acknowledge or point out or verbalize injustice. They won't verbalize your unfair treatment. They'll just take it, and they're very subservient with it. And we don't necessarily do that because we're born here Americans. We run our mouth, we talk back, and we say, hey, she ain't doing all the work she's supposed to be doing, or they get more money than me. Why is that? We'll verbalize and say our complaints. But those, I found that those from other cultures, they take it. Yes. Okay. They'll agree to it. They're very subservient, and they're very they defer to them a good bit. So they present differently than we do.
So they join the mainstream.
I'm not gonna.
They join the racists. That's what you mean. They join the racists.
Their presentation or their demeanor is very, in my opinion now, slave-like. They kind of slavish.
They want to be American, is what you mean?
Yeah, a lot of them, and then also I see them. They send their money back home. So it's like
but Black Americans don't want to be American.
They'll take anything because the family back home needs the money. And I see them, they're agreeing to work these other shifts. They're agreeing to do this. They agree to that. They overload. They got too many patients, and they'll take them all. They'll just do anything.
So they are hard workers.
They're
helping their families back home. They come from a harder upbringing.
They'll tolerate
the
abuse.
whole entire point, and you're actually literally stringing along the wrong narrative.
So let me say, can I say,
putting that out there on purpose? And I see what it is that you're doing. Now, I don't think that you can still, if I continue to actually tell you what it is that you are doing right now, I don't
can
think
I
you
say
would have
something? And I'm gonna check out right quick. You're saying they want to be American. Well, let's get it right. America is racist. So if you're saying you want to be racist, go right ahead and wear that badge. Say, I want to be American. I want to be racist, and do it, because that's what all races do. They come here and say, guess what? I want to be your new number one nigga. I ain't gonna act like that nigga. I'm gonna be a little bit better than that nigga. I'm not gonna be as vocal about mine. I'm gonna be a lot more subservient than that nigga. I want to be the new nigga 2.0. That's what you're saying. So go right along with that badge of honor. You should be a proud Cuban black Cuban man to wear that badge of the new nigga.
Yeah, and like Coach, and Cuban, what I'm saying is, when I see those people that come here and they're subservient, they'll sit in the back of the bus and won't say nothing. They'll take the food from outside and not sit at the lunch counter and won't say nothing. They won't be the freedom riders. They won't be the ones doing a sit-in. They would accept that. They would take it. The Mexicans, whatever, they take it. The low wages, they'll take it.
Okay. Now I understand. That's a little different. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like the way they present is that we'll take anything. They won't be the ones who'll stand up and say, no, it's not right. It's not okay.
Okay, then I was confused.
when
Because
you've
I
done
was,
that
I
for
will.
400 years and they're still treating you the same, you say that. But after you done took it for 400 years and you've jumped through the hoops, when you've gone and got
No,
educated, when you've gone and got
I was
degrees,
talking
and
more
you're
about
still
like work ethic, but she's talking about like basically
no,
knowing your
what are you
rights.
talking about work ethic? I see CNAs that change more shit for pennies than that. So don't tell me about work in America. The people that work hardest get the least money. The people that's out there doing the work in the fields, which ain't my people no more, get the
Hmm.
least pay, and that's not right. So
Yeah,
we ain't
but
gonna.
anybody can do that. That's why
We're
they
not
get paid
going to
less.
say
It's
that
just
hard work means you're worthy because the
just
people.
because you're sweating doesn't make your work valuable. It just means that you're doing
If
some
your
labor.
ass,
Their work
well,
is
I'm gonna tell
valuable.
you what. I'm gonna tell
Bruh.
you what. When you couldn't go get no damn toilet paper, and when the migrants couldn't get out there and work for COVID and all of that, it was worth it. Because when we can't go to the grocery store and grab some cherries and some bananas and some tomatoes, you're gonna find out how valuable those people are. And I'm not doing that work anymore, but I'm never gonna devalue what they do because we have a great luxury of going to a grocery store and picking up stuff off the shelf. But if them people don't get their ass out there in them fields and work for slave labor, which is wrong, we won't have that luxury. And that's why my black ass is going back into agriculture, even with this fucking nursing degree, because I don't demean those people that provided valuable service to us. So you can sit your ass in Miami and in them high rise
Okay.
that if
Okay.
something happens, you
Okay.
won't be able to
Okay.
go
Coach is
out
getting
there and
excited
get the.
again.
It's just a function. Look, anybody can
No,
flip a
no,
burger and
I'm not
anybody can bend
gonna
down and pick up some
I'm
produce.
not
So
never
it's
gonna
just
demean
supply and
what
demand.
those
That's why the
people do.
price of that
I'm
labor is
never
so
gonna
low.
demean what those
Aside
people
from
do.
all
They are
the,
not even my
Okay.
people. They are
Okay.
not my people. Those are Hispanic people, and I'm never
Okay.
gonna disrespect the hard work that you do. The hardest working person in America don't always get the best money and the most money. But I'm not gonna say it's
but if
right.
if if you if you can
It's
work
not
as hard as you
right.
want at something that nobody wants
But
or values, and you're gonna
I'm
not
not
get
going
paid.
to
It's just the
Okay.
way it
I'm
is.
not going to say that
Okay.
they are not hard workers because they earn less. And
Okay.
what you're
Nobody
saying
said
is
that.
that that's what
Okay.
you're implying. Yes, it is.
I was talking about
Okay.
the work ethic and getting ahead,
Those
right?
you want to tell
Me
me those
being a
people
black
get their
person, and then
ass
black
up.
people saying, "Oh, woe is me, I can't get ahead because of the system," and then black people from other places do get ahead in this same racist system. So that's
You're
the
not going to tell
incongruence
me
that I'm
that
seeing.
those people are not
Okay.
hardworking people.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Uh,
I think that I feel
I
like
got to
y'all are
check
both
out because
agreeing,
my
but
husband's going to come through the door. But y'all have a good night. I'm going to catch this on the rebound.
Neophyte was saying something. But you guys are both agreeing actually. But Neophyte, what were you saying?
you're not black.
Oh, like black American, no.
No, that's my point. You're not black. You're not black
Well,
American.
you don't own black, do you?
Oh, there's where the
I could
there's
get
the button.
super black,
Hold on,
if you
hold
want.
on, sir. Give me a second. Let me come to my point. Owning black is the argument. No, I don't own being black.
Okay.
No, I am a victim of that. Oh, wait, it's a scab. I understand. I'm born in this skin. We're not talking about the melanin that makes me black. We're talking about the criminalization of being black, not the ownership of it, because
Okay.
it is not mine either. I
Okay.
didn't choose to be this quote unquote black because that is a caste system, a color
Okay.
coded caste system that
Mhm.
does not describe the melanated people that have suffered in this country,
Okay.
right? We're not talking
Okay.
about a matter of ownership of this quote unquote culture. It is a byproduct. A byproduct of what? Come on, you want to say it. A byproduct of what? Go, come on.
Of what? Of slavery?
You said it. Now, what was the slavery like in Cuba?
It was pretty bad.
Ah, what's the difference? What's the difference between the slavery in Cuba and the difference between the slavery of the United States? Who colonized Cuba?
The Spanish.
Which continental power? The Spaniards. Yes?
Yeah.
Right. Now, the Spaniards had one thing that they actually had different than the quote-unquote British over here. The Spaniards actually accepted and blended in with those Tainos and Black people. Those slaves that they had honor. I do have to commend them on that. The Spaniards had a bit more honor when it came to dealing with their quote-unquote indentured servants. There's the big difference between the Cuban racism or colonization and the United States version of the same colonization. The Haitian islands had an uprising that left the Spaniards on their asses, along with the French and the Dutch, the Scottish and the Irish. The Irish and the Scottish decided to join sides with the Haitians. That war was different than the one that was in Cuba. These are the differences that we're talking about. Only in the United States were Black people deemed to be non-human. The Spaniards treated them with humanity. They didn't have a question about whether or not they were actually humans or not. Only in the United States were Black people considered to be non-human.
So wait, what you're saying is that I shouldn't expect Black Americans to think and behave like I do because it's a different history.
Yes. It's a different version of the same type of history. It's semantics drawn out in a neat little package called history.
But wait, okay. So
Yeah.
is there systemic racism against all Black people or just Black Americans?
It's a very profound question. There's only systemic racism for Black Americans.
Okay.
The other racism is a byproduct of what was deemed to be popular in the United States. It's a trend. The Spaniards were just copying a trend. Problem is, the Spaniards actually had some dignity, and I'm just gonna put it right out there. They seem to have had some dignity in comparison to the pilgrims that came over here and decided that they were going to do things differently. It's the humanity part that you're missing. It's the humanity.
I don't know, man. The Spanish were pretty bad, man.
Hey, I know about drawing and quartered and things of that nature. I know about some of the things that they did in Cuba. There's awful. Where some of the slaves decided that it would be better to just throw themselves into the boiling pot of sugar cane than it would be to actually continue with their slavery. This was a systemic problem in the islands. The Haitians, the Jamaicans all had the same problem where slaves were throwing themselves inside the boiling pots to ruin the shipment rather than to continue with slavery. I understand that part of the history very well. But we're still missing that humanity. We were not humans at all in this country. You were humans in those islands. There's where we're starting to look at things different. When they deemed themselves to be something other than or greater than over here in this country, they were doing it with the premise that we were not even human. And this is written in the Constitution.
All right.
None of these laws have actually changed. There are only amendments to those changes, to those constitutional laws. The laws have not changed. Nothing has changed. Not even the amendments. The amendments, according to your 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, you are still less than human. And the laws apply to your prison population.
That's true.
The
But
law
like,
still applies to your ability to be imprisoned. The only place
don't
that
go
you
to
can
prison though. I mean,
don't go to prison. Well,
yeah,
let's see.
don't do
Let
it.
me give this example. I was in high school, coming from my girlfriend's house. It was just after dark. It was late. I know. I should have been home earlier. You know, those street lights came on. But I was riding pretty fast to try to hurry up and get home. I was then pulled over for speeding. Okay, I broke the rules. But I didn't know that speeding applied to my bicycle. I was pulled over for speeding on my bicycle. The officer handcuffed me, put me on the curb, and proceeded to ask me, "Son, do you know how fast you were going?" I'm on a bicycle. How the fuck do I find out how fast I'm going? I didn't
Right.
know there was a speed limit for bicycles. So, how do black people end up in jail? Because you are a commodity where it's still legal to be a slave as long as you are imprisoned, according to your 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment to the Constitution. You are still a slave as long as you're a Black American. You don't qualify because you have a visa. You are other than. You don't fit that category.
Oh, I
And
mean, once you become a resident,
when you fill out your application for your driver's license, what do you mark down?
well, I'm already a citizen. I'm naturalized.
Naturalized citizen or not, my friend, you have no idea what I'm asking you because you don't want to answer the question.
I was born in Cuba. I live in Atlanta. That's what I put down.
That's fine and all, but when you apply for your applications, what do you put down as your nationality?
My nationality is American. I'm a U.S. citizen.
Right, but there are criteria. Which one because it asks, are you white? And then it
Oh
gives you
yeah,
a list.
I put that I'm a Black Hispanic.
A Black Hispanic, which means that you are different from Black African American. It's a different box it's a different box that you have to check.
Yeah.
You just checked a box that qualifies you as semi-white.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like it because they have that little stipulation, Black, but white and Black are not a nationality.
So which box did you say you checked? Cuban?
I checked either. I mean, sometimes they have Cuban.
Feedback.
Or Hispanic.
Feedback.
Can I say something? I worked for the Department of Corrections for a long time, and before that, I worked for GEO, aka Wackenhut, and they had two classifications of people, white and Black. There was no Hispanic. They may have upgraded it lately because I've seen it when you go on the DOC website, but there wasn't. So this is not something people told me. This is what I know. But you have to ask why they do that classification. But I'm gonna pick up off a neophyte. My son was 15 years old. My daughter, who was 4 at the time, was a victim of child-on-child inappropriate touching. It was as the result of a babysitter that she went to. She had a tablet, and my son took the tablet and sold it. When they looked in the tablet, there were a video, not pictures, but I want to say this, a video of another child touching my daughter at the babysitter. They came to my house. They waited 3 months. In the state of Florida, if there's anything of child pornography, it's supposed to be done immediately. They never said in any court paperwork, and I can send this to you, Passionate Bliss, that there was ever a video, because a video would show who was doing what. They came to my house and was looking for my son. We went to a dependency hearing, which is different from criminal court. And there are different things that take place in dependency hearings than that. And they did it on a speedy basis. They did. I said, of course you can talk to my child. Just let me see the, what they call it, you know, when they do the dolls, the forensic interview. They didn't want me to see the forensic interview. At this time, I didn't know there was an actual video because they told me it was photos. Come to find out, it was the entire videotape. In the entire court paperwork, there was no mention of that because, and at the end of the investigation, because I had $500 to hire an attorney, was the difference between my 15-year-old son getting a charge of child pornography, because they never said it was a video, and they alleged he was the perpetrator. The incident took place in a home that wasn't even ours. But had I not had knowledge of the court system, my 15-year-old, almost 16-year-old son would be in prison today for touching his little sister, because they never said it was video. But when they went to the person whose house it was, they said it was a video. My son would have been in prison today for touching his little sister when there was a video that clearly shows it was an 8-year-old little girl that touched my daughter. And that's what happened to Black men in America. And if I didn't have knowledge of the court system, if I didn't have $500 to hire an attorney, my son would be sitting in prison right now as a sexual predator for that very handsome Black young man. And that's what happened in America to Black boys.
And you know, they passed that legislation now that you can be detained for any reason if you don't take your birth certificate down to the DMV. That's Trump did that. If you don't take your birth certificate down to the DMV and get it put on there that you are a citizen, if you get pulled over and they pull your license, you can be detained for that alone. So you can be detained for any reason. And once they get a hold of you, then, you know, it's very easy once you become caught up in that system to want to get labeled, or to end up being in there permanently, because it's a business now. Now that prisons are privatized and they're owned by corporations, it's a business. So that's financially.
In Florida, they built private systems, and the private company said, we don't have enough damn people to put in the prison. We need you to send us more prisoners, because they didn't have enough. And you know what they transitioned it from? They transitioned privatized prison to foster care. Now, foster care is the new privatized prison, which don't nobody see, because they locked that up under special rules that is confidential from the public. Because see, private prisons, those adult criminal records are privy to the public. They lock the new foster care, the new privatized prison, up under a whole different set of rules, and that money get transmitted year after year, increase after increase, and ain't nobody talking about that. But them white women starting to learn about it, because they taking them poor white trash babies and they selling them into that adoptive care system. So you got some poor white trash white women talking about how this foster care system is abusing them, but they not even getting a tenth of what Black and Hispanic families getting, because you know who more prized than a white mixed child? A Hispanic looking child. And we ain't gonna even talk about but the monies that come in under that, because it's no longer fashionable to lock up Black men in private prisons. But now the other secret is that we ain't talking about is that new foster care system, which is the new privatized prison. And if you are not part of this and you haven't lived this, you don't know. But my mama was a child abuse investigator, and she did this for years.
Have they found those lost kids at the border?
I know where they at. They in somebody's basement being sexualized and being made some maids. They'll pop up, and when they'll pop up at 18, 19, and 20, and they'll talk about how they prostitutes and this and that. But I never forget how Florida was the #1 people on how to catch a predator. You remember How to Catch a Predator? Mm-hmm. If you go to any other state on how to catch a predator, Florida was #1, and it wasn't Miami. But them people wasn't just black people. As a matter of fact, we wasn't even the majority of the people. Go watch the old videos of how to catch a predator on Florida, Polk County and Hernando County and all them counties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is true. And so,
It is a white man right to fuck his wife, his daughter, his dog, his slave in that order.
and these are the people that we're allowing to tell us they're superior to us. I mean, you know,
The moral code.
Force me.
They set the moral code.
And you know, and that's the biggest reason why they couldn't stand Donald Trump, because number one, he exposed them for what they truly are. The stuff they've been talking about in the country club, they didn't want us to hear. Trump got in the White House and told it all. He exposed what they really are. And for some reason, white people, especially Americans, like to set themselves up as the moral authority of the world. And they want to, you know, dictate how you should be treating humanitarian, you know, all this kind of stuff. And they couldn't do all that with Trump in there. Trump was disgusting. He was a national embarrassment.
He was one of them. And he just was so poor at hiding his proclivities. He couldn't keep from touching his daughter inappropriately. He could not keep his hands off of Ivanka. He kissed Ivanka more passionately than he ever kissed that bitch he was married to, Melania. But he revealed what they do.
To give us a complex and think that we should look like them, we should be like them. And this is who you're letting.
They stole a whole fucking country and they stole lives and bodies, but yet they call us thieves. But we the thieves, but you stole a whole country and you stole a whole African American culture. But we the thieves and we believe that. Now you got to come better with me. 1 + 1 is 2. 2 + 2 is 4. You ain't gonna tell me 3 + 3 is 5. It got to match.
Mm-hmm.
Does being black, like Neophyte says, work for Black Americans in America?
Baby, we got to all say, at the end of the day, we got to give a account of what we did in this lifetime. So if you're cool with saying, number one, if they say, we're going to convince you, Hispanic black man, that you're better than this one so you can buy into the stereotype. So we're not going to let you get to the top, because you know what? In this country, in 2040 and 2050, it is predicted that minorities will be over 51% of the country. So you know why they started stacking the federal courts? Because when you cannot vote yourself into office because you're no longer 70% of the population, how do you make the law work for you? You stack the federal court so they can reinterpret the law in their favor, because they can no longer make legislation because they cannot vote themselves into office. So if I get this 51% and I'm no longer 50%, I'm no longer the majority that can vote myself into office. If I convert 1 or 2 of these people over to my side, I still maintain power because I convinced them my 49% plus their 13% gives me the majority. So all I got to do is convince 1 or 2 of them to come over here, because now I have 60%. Instead of saying, you know what? Hispanic man, you're 18%. Asian man, you're 9%, and black man, you're the other. Y'all make up 51%. If you all get along, they can't have the damn majority. So how do I continue to control this chessboard? I take the biggest one of that population and say, it's them, it's not us. Come over here. We're going to give you the crumbs and we're going to make you look successful. But instead, we're still running things because we got you on our team. Because if y'all over here, that's the 51%, ever decide that we're not going to play your game, you no longer have power. So we're going to stack these courts for the next few years to buy us the time to decide our next move. Because if all of us, if Asian, Hispanic, and black was actually the 51%, we could hold our own self into office and run this fucking chessboard. But I'ma just get one of y'all to look at them like they the problem. And now I'm gonna take my 49% and put with your 18%, and we're gonna still run this shit, white man. But
I don't know if
convince you to do that.
Do you think that
not black?
There's some echo.
That's Coach's mic.
I'll time out while you're talking.
Do you think that Obama and Kamala and all the black legislators and people in politics, do you think that they're also working with the white man to keep Black Americans down?
I say yes, but bruh, that's a loaded question.
Oh yeah,
What
I know. I
I'm
loaded
doing,
it.
what I'm doing is this here. I'm buying myself time. And with Donald Trump, do I feel like a buy myself time with what he was whipping up in this country? Do I feel like to get us where we need to be able to get this communication between these other two races to come to the table in agreement, which is time for us to communicate and build ourselves up? Do I believe what he was stirring up is going to be conducive to that? Hell no. Because they think, believe me, once them white people get stuff, they're going to be fighting amongst themselves. They're going to be fighting amongst themselves. But do I believe this buys me more time with Democrats and get
I
some
have a problem with that question.
little semblance of some tranquility to get to our next move? Yes. I don't think we need to be in a state of people storming the fucking Capitol to do that.
Look,
Do I want to communicate?
The white elites are selling the Hispanics and the Asians a dream. They say, you can be like us, you can be American, come over here, etc., etc. What are the Black Americans selling the minorities for the minorities to be allies?
If that like I say, every person have to get in contact of your character. If you're saying that a car is my integrity, or me being on top of these other people is worth my integrity, then you do that. I invited a white woman here who was running from domestic violence from Louisiana in my house to live for 6 months rent free, and she was white. Not because of her color, but because she was somebody doing that. But I ain't going out broadcasting that. So if that's what it takes for your moral code, then you do that. But my moral code says I'm different. I'm not going to sit here, regardless of what Donald Trump did. There was a woman who was in need, and I let her live in my house, and I helped take care of her for them months. And that was a whole white woman, not Hispanic woman, not none of that, white. And that's what I did, because that was my moral code as a person. And if your moral code says that's what you do, then you live with yourself. Because I got to look at myself at the end of the day in the mirror. And that's what you feel like your come up is. And I don't know what your religion is, or if you even have a religion. But if that's what feels to make you happy, then you do that. That's not what runs me.
Sweetheart, my love. Let me field this question, please. Because this question that he's asking you, a couple of these questions that he's asked you are completely loaded.
I know. And if he want to sell his soul to the devil or whatever entity he calls it, he can do that. That's his moral code. That's not my moral code.
I just want to answer this.
Well, whatever thing you believe, whether you believe in the devil or right or wrong or whatever morals you live by, then you do that. That's not my moral code. And if that's who you are as a man and an individual, do you, but be honest about doing you.
All right, let's get things straight. Can we mute that mic real quick, just for a second? Kamala Harris is not a black woman. She already called herself an Asian woman. She already qualified. She already identified herself as that. I'm not.
No. You gotta take her. You voted for her. You take her.
I did not vote for her, sir. You can't just throw me under that bus. I'm just saying. I did not
Capital
vote. As a
YU.
matter of fact, when she was running for president and not vice president, when she was running for president, she was completely against her running mate. She was completely against Joe Biden and tried to run him under the bus. Tried to call him a pedophile. Tried to call him a woman abuser. What happened to those words that she was using before? What happened to that rhetoric that she was so adamant about? What happened to that fire, that passion that she had? Kind of melted away, didn't it? She ran as the first American, not Black American. No,
You're breaking up a little.
Yeah.
They'd have to sell her as a product to Black people for them to get behind, which we still aren't necessarily behind her. But she qualifies as an other, unfortunately, my friend, just like you.
Fine.
She is outside. And still, if you remember her track record from California, she had imprisoned more Black women
Men.
for a child. No, women. Black
Oh.
women were going to jail for
not
what?
sending their kids to
For
school.
for truancy. They
Wow.
were going to jail for their kids being truant. This is what she was imprisoning. Black men just so happened to be the byproduct of her reign in California. We're missing a lot of different things here, and I really feel that you're throwing out some loaded questions, sir.
I am. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
You're trying to get to the
I really
bottom
feel like
of what?
you
The
went
black
bought
barrel,
into
while we
that,
all crabs in a barrel? That's what we're referring to? We're all crabs in a barrel, pulling each other down and not excelling because we don't want to go play by the rules.
Dude, like, just put on a tie and like, I don't know, be
It's three
American.
people up here. Passionate Bliss, have you ever gotten welfare?
Yes.
Okay,
When I was
she
in
did.
college.
What you got, food stamps when you was in college?
First 2 years, then they kicked me off.
Okay, I as a Black woman received financial aid enough to cover my classes at community college for 1 year. I've never received food stamps. I've never received any of that stuff. So, and Neophyte, have you ever been on welfare? He's not here. We are three Black people.
I'm against being on that.
I ain't saying it's none. I'm not saying it's none. But I'm not saying it's none. But there are a lot of stereotypes.
Then you need it, and they should get it.
My mom.
Right now.
I don't have a problem with it.
But I need to push pause on the YouTube.
I don't have a problem with it, but the stereotype that's perpetuated. I lived in Riverview, Florida, which was a little suburb, and the white lady had her BB jogging suit on. She was separating her wick, and I was pregnant. And she said, "Oh, I guess you're going to be doing this next." I was like, "No, honey,
Whoa.
I don't qualify. I don't get wick, so I won't be doing that." But there are a lot of stereotypes about Black people.
Well,
And
the statistics just show that, you know, it's a
baby,
bad
I'm going to
situation.
tell you about these statistics that you're taking. In my town, many people work in the fields, but those people have to get the Social Security for people who just are poor, even though they worked in the fields every day, because the contractors here took out taxes out of their checks but did not report it. So their income, what they earned, was never reported because they stole it. But they worked every day of their lives. They had a rhamnodosis to show their joints and everything disfigured. But they never got credit for that because people that they worked for stole it. So there's a stereotype out there. Now, those people are going to say, "Oh, they get SSI disability." But they work every day of their lives. They work every day in those fields, and the monies that they paid into the tax system that they thought were being taken from their monies were stolen.
And
so when
if you're gonna quote these stats, you are required on this panel to tell me where you got the stats from. You can't
The
stats
stats.
and make them up. Yeah, you can't make them up.
Well, the stats is the stats is my grandmother.
Welfare than Black people, so I don't even. Those stats are not accurate. I don't even.
They didn't even create welfare for Black people because they ain't never created shit for our Black ass. It was created for white women. That welfare was created for white women. And let's talk about the child support system. They didn't create that for our Black ass either. They created that for them white women. Their husbands was police and judges and doctors that left them without no money, and some of the World War veterans. And they created that for them. That wasn't created for us. We just got grandfathered in under the shit, but it wasn't created for us because we wasn't even able to qualify for a long time to access those benefits. So Get that
Are you
straight.
guys black first? Like, are you for Black Americans being put as the priority? So instead of like, oh, worrying about so many immigrants that need help at the border or want to come here, are you okay with maybe like saying, you know what, let's stop immigration for a while? There are a lot of them coming in and reproducing, and they're
Yeah,
gonna
is that
be.
an FBA question?
No, I don't. I'm
Is that
not
a
for it.
a
This
black
country was built
like a
on people
B1
running here
question?
for their lives.
Well,
This
in
country was
terms of
built on
like the
people running for their
competition
lives.
that immigrants pose, especially like low-skilled immigrants, and not
Truth
even
be
because
told,
Indians
they
also as
come.
well, they're in the IT field,
Truth be told, I ain't
in
never really
the
thought
work
about them.
market.
They want to come and pick these vegetables, and they want everybody got an immigrant story except black people. So I just worked at the health department when they was coming in, and this is what I do know is that when they come in, I think they're given 3 months, not 3 years, 3 months of Medicaid. And a lot of them start coming in at the end of their pregnancy so they can do that. My black ass had to have insurance for my thing. So I never actually thought about that because at that point in my life, I was busy raising my 3 sons as a single mother. So I didn't put a lot of thought into that. But I did see that a lot of them came over because I worked at Hillsborough County Health Department for a while, and they got their
Sweetheart.
pregnancies paid for when they had to have all of these high expensive things like that I had to pay for a high risk pregnancy. They got for free. I didn't think too much about it. I was just doing my job, so I didn't put that much thought into it because I never was pocket watching other people. To be honest, I was trying to survive. I didn't pocket watch what those people got.
Now, I
I
will say, in
count
answer
that.
to your question, I've never been overly concerned about, immigrant plights or concerns. But I do believe that we should have open borders. We always have. This country was built on people running for their lives and people trying to escape persecution. So I would never say we should close our doors to them. And what I'm never prepared to do is blame my failures on other people, on another culture. If somebody, first of all, I don't want.
Well, you put your failures on white people.
No, I don't.
That is number
I put
6.
oppression on them. And I put on them hiring somebody for the job that I'm more qualified to do. That's what I put on.
You
them.
want them
I
to
put
give
on
you
them-
jobs
I
and
put on them
welfare,
their
right?
Bad behaviors. I put their bad behaviors on them.
Ain't nobody up here on welfare. What are you talking about? Nobody on this panel is on welfare.
In general.
No, in general, what? I go
Can you
to a
keep this
school. I worked at the school. I worked at the prison, and I worked at the health department. And guess what I saw?
Government
I
jobs
saw black motherfuckers working every
of
damn
the
day. When I
supremacist
went to
system.
that school, the motherfucking assistant principal got a PhD. My daughter, dad have a master's degree. So I don't know who these motherfuckers is you talking about, but the people in my circle got bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, or associate degrees in nurses. So you could miss me with that bullshit because my circle don't include no non-working motherfuckers. So I don't know what your circle include, but when I take my black ass to work, even them CNAs that's in there working, cleaning shit, is still working, doing an honest day's work. So you tell me what these motherfuckers is that you come from. Don't miss me with a bitch who in a strip club and at a club in Miami. Because my friends and my circle is working people. What is your friends' passionate bliss? Tell me about your friends in your circle.
Most of my friends, they are educators, teachers. Let's see. One of my friends is assistant principal. My fiance, he's a banker.
As a matter of fact, let me tell you about one of my friends. She had her only child when she was 10 fucking years old. She is an assistant principal, and her daughter worked for Ford Motor Company. When she was in the damn 10th grade, her daughter was in kindergarten, and her daughter ain't got no goddamn children, and she worked designing cars. So miss me with that bullshit that you trying to come up here with, because that ain't my fucking circle. And even if she was a teen mother with one child, she been a fucking assistant principal for over 15 goddamn years. So miss me with that bullshit.
So black people.
Wait a minute, please.
Hold on. You damn right. I got circles and co-workers and friends.
And there's different levels of people, and they behave differently.
I don't, just like it's different levels of motherfucking Hispanics, like the motherfuckers I see drunk on. drunk
most.
on Corona
Go ahead,
and
Neil.
beating up their
Neophyte, what were you
just
saying?
like the ones I saw coming in that health
What were you saying, Neophyte?
free services.
I've got a lot of problems here. I got a lot of problems with my friend.
Go for it.
I got a lot of problems with the questions that you're asking. So, I mean, I know devil's advocate when I see it. I know when someone's poking the bear, trying to get a rise out of somebody. That's different from what you're doing right now. That's a different type of question that you're asking right now. It's leading. It's very leading. It's almost. I almost feel like my intelligence is being questioned right now. But I know that's not the case. You're asking probing questions, but I also see that you're taking notes or doing something, whatever it is that you're doing. It doesn't matter to me. But
no, I'm working. I'm sorry.
Okay. But I'm hearing the questions that you're asking. Now, these are all button pushing questions, things that will make the average person very upset. Right?
Yeah.
It's coming from a place where you're trying to get something. What is your actual goal in these questions? Because this is like the sixth time that I've heard a loaded question come out of you. Sixth or seventh time that I've heard a loaded question come from you. You know exactly what I mean. These
yeah,
questions.
yeah, I know what you mean. I guess I'm trying to convince you to look at it from my perspective.
Oh, I've already looked at it from your perspective. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the conclusions that I have.
You don't have a perspective. Your perspective is the perspective that the white man has fed you. So you don't actually have a motherfucking perspective because you haven't had an original fucking thought. The only thing you have repeated is fucking rhetoric, what you have been fed. So when you get an original fucking thought in your head, you come back. Don't quote me
Well,
no fucking statistics. You quote me,
madam. I could say the same thing about you.
You quote me your actual.
No,
I could say the same thing about you, madam.
No,
I can tell you what I've lived and what I saw and what.
Hold on.
I could say the same thing.
No, Neophyte was saying something. What were you saying, Neophyte?
I feel like, again, it's my opinions, and my opinions are my feelings. My feelings are telling me that you are purposely agitating this woman, and you know what buttons to push. And every time I see a smirk come across your face, I know that I'm right. So why don't you ask some real questions?
No, Neophyte, I agree with that. But the thing of it also, Neophyte, I believe that he actually believes that rhetoric. I think that he actually believes, he buys into what he's asking. He really does think that the foreigners are more productive. He really does think that they try to get along and don't talk back. He really does think that blacks are socially disadvantaged and that they are blaming the white man for failures. He really does think that. So but he's trying to ask it in a way to I don't know, to try to form it as if he doesn't really think it. He's just asking, but no, he actually does think that because he's been fed that rhetoric and he actually believes it. So it's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like the same. He's being fed that rhetoric by the oppressor who wants him on his side for the voting purposes and for the legislation purposes that she was speaking of earlier, and so they have fed him that narrative that these are troublesome blacks and you're a better black than this.
Yeah, I understand the narrative that gets fed to most immigrants that come into this country. They are told that black people are pretty much worthless, or they're trouble, or they're criminals, or anything that falls under that category, right? We have a sense of entitlement for some reason. This is the narrative that's been told to every type of immigrant that comes into this country, that black people in America, or black African Americans, are entitled. But entitled to what? I haven't actually heard you addressed any of these questions to me for me to answer them.
Okay.
And I haven't really heard any real questions, to be honest with you.
No,
I mean, not to offend you, but I haven't heard any real questions. I've heard some pretty simple questions that you probably already know the answer to.
No, because I have a lot of assumptions, like I've only, from what I've seen, basically, in very broad general terms, although like my perception has changed in Atlanta because there's more middle class and high class black people here than in Miami. But still, especially with all
How many other
the
states have you
post,
been?
I'm sorry.
How many other states have you traveled to or lived in, other than Georgia and Florida?
I've traveled to only I want to say California, Las Vegas, Texas, New York. I've been to Philadelphia, New Jersey. I mean Boston, Nashville one time. I would say that's it.
Have you been to Utah?
No, I want
Have
to
you been
go.
to Oregon?
No,
Have you been to Washington?
Washington State. No, Washington D.C. Yes.
Last one. Have you been to Nebraska?
Nebraska. No.
All right. There's a reason why I'm asking for those specific places, right? You have not actually seen white America, is what I'm telling you. You've seen a mixed culture of black and white where they have to conform and act like racism doesn't exist.
Okay.
However, if you go to some of these other places that I've mentioned, you'll see that the American flag flies just as proudly as the Confederate flag, and the white supremacy takes on a different connotation.
Okay.
You haven't had that flavor yet. You haven't had that seasoning yet. You haven't seen what that looks like. You haven't gone through those small towns that sit on the fringe of every state that are predominantly white, who are actually in a downcline. That's extra. But I have a feeling that you haven't actually had a taste of that, because in those places, it's not just the accent that will throw them off. It's not just the black skin that you wear that will throw them off. It's the fact that you're actually there that would throw them off. That's different. That's profoundly different than just being a black man in Georgia. So you haven't been to the weird places in Tennessee.
So I've been basically in like a big city bubble, kind of.
Yeah, you've been in a bubble. You're still in a bubble.
Fair enough.
Right. There's a lot of country that you probably have not seen that I really wish that you would actually be able to see as an example. That way you don't take my word for it. That way you don't go to California, you go to Southern California. It's a metropolitan place. You get a lot of different mixes of different things. You get a little taste of racism. You get a little taste of black racism. You get a little taste of everything. The Hispanic population and everything, it's nicely blended. However, if you go to Northern California, you'll get a different flavor. It's completely different. For some reason, Northern California thinks they're the South. The Confederate South. It is. It's very crazy. But you go to Redding, if you go to Redding, California, if you go to Lake Tahoe, white people are predominant.
Okay.
This is the narrative that I'm talking. This is the flavor that you miss out on. You stay in the nice, comfortable bubble, and you get your perceptions of what it means to be black. But you don't get that perception when you go to these other places to mention. It's different. It's hard to explain. But when you are willing to accept what I'm talking about, it changes your mind. You understand that black is not black. Black is just the shoehorn that white people use to conform to everything else. You come from another country and you're, I don't know, say Polish.
Okay.
When you get to this country, you are not white. And you use a black shoehorn to fit in.
Huh.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Black is like the tool that they used to identify themselves as one, quote unquote, nation or nationality, which is false. That is a lie.
Mm.
Please explain to
I
me.
talk to white people, and it depends. Like American white people, they might say, they even say they don't have a culture, or they say I'm from Wisconsin or Chicago. And then there's the immigrants, and they say, oh, I'm from France or Poland or whatever. I don't
Right.
think it's so
Well, I
much
don't
of
think you've
a.
actually had an actual sit down with some of these white folks that I'm talking about. Me personally, I've been doing it for, I don't know, the last 15, 16, 17 plus years of being a truck driver. I'm around the white folks all the time
Okay.
that don't have a problem calling you nigga to your face. I'm in that environment. That's my work environment on a day-to-day basis.
I hope the
I
Cuban
feel
truck drivers don't do that, man.
you have no idea how many truck drivers drive around here with Confederate flags proudly on the front of their trucks. I'm telling you what my work environment is. I'm telling you what I have to, live with. I live with this. That you live in your truck when you're out here on the road. These are your neighbors. I got one driver on the side of me that is a white supremacist, and I got another one on the other side of me that is a Mexican. You were talking about tension. The tension is thick. However, we know how to deal with it as truck drivers. Because there's one thing that changes everything. That road. The road is the only universal language that we all speak that will bipartisan our quote unquote nationalities. Because on my truck, I fly my red, black, and green proudly, just alongside those guys that fly their Confederates.
That's
So,
cool.
so I'm just trying to give you another part of this story, another set of eyes. White is not white.
Because they don't like you either. Shelly, welcome to the panel.
Hey, hi.
The conversation is morphed. We start off talking about black men attacking and abandoning black women, and do they hate us? Why we think that is, and what we think we should do about it. And then it kind of morphed all over the place. And I'm all for conversations morphing. It doesn't have to go.
Yeah, I'd like to get back to the original conversation because this racist thing, it makes my ass itch.
I have a question for the Cuban gentleman up here. Because I hear this a lot from black people that come from other countries. You see it a lot with that with African people that come over here too. Like, black continental Africans. They have this preconceived notion about black Americans. And my thing is, when you come to America, do you even try to learn about the black experience, like the black American experience, our contributions to American society? Or do you just go with what you're told? Because I hear the same thing from a lot of people. Well, I'll say black people that come from other countries. It's like they have the same sentiments that you have. And it's like just a little bit of research can show you that a lot of that stuff is just not true.
But
So
it's in the past
I'm sorry.
to us.
It's in the past. No, it's not.
What's
Listen
in
to
the
me, right?
past? I'm sorry.
No.
The horrible things that happened to us, they're in your past.
No,
So
they're
let me
not.
tell you unvarnished what I think a lot of people think. You are not grateful, and you're not taking advantage of the fact that you are American. Like,
Yeah, but that's not
black
true. That's what I'm
Americans are
asking you.
special
How much
because
research do you all do on the contributions that we have put into this
what
American
does that have to do
society?
with me, like getting a job and feeding my family in Africa, let's say?
Because you come into a country and you look down upon the people, but you don't try to learn their history.
I enjoy your peanut butter.
Jesus fucking.
And the
It's
thing is,
not.
well, the thing is that when
I'm
you're
obviously being
here,
like an a-hole,
No, of
but
course you are.
Yeah.
right.
And this is
Just
the thing,
yeah.
is that when you guys come into this country and you have this mindset because you bought into what they fed you, that you're not like the troublesome blacks, you're hardworking, you're better than them, and when you buy into that, and then you begin to do things like work for less money, work under unbearable conditions, tolerate second class treatment,
Mhm.
ignore them when they're calling you racist terms or when they're making racist jokes that are supposed to be cute but they're not.
Mhm.
You guys undermine everything that we have worked for. So it's not that it's not the case that we are necessarily, feel like, you're replacing us or anything like that. It's just that you've undermined what we've worked for. You're lowering the standard. You're tolerating things that we fought very hard to
Wait,
to get rid of.
I'm gonna be a real a-hole. What standard? What have you worked so hard for?
We work for improved pay. We work for the fact that we need to be hired for the jobs that we're qualified for, not just because we're white. You guys, we try to work for equal pay and for the same hours. We have hours that we're allowed to work. I think it's 18 hours you're legally allowed to work. I've seen y'all work more than that. And underbidding us, for things that are below cost, and then a lot of times the work is inferior. But you guys are allowed to get away with it.
Number one.
But then,
Well, go ahead. Sorry.
When you do this inferior work, they blame them, and it goes bad. Oh, we hired black people, and that's why it went this way. So it's like you set us back. When you come in here and buy into that concept that you're better and you're different, and we'll do it. These blacks are lazy. We'll do it. You're lowering the bar for us, and a lot of people do resent foreigners for that. You cut us out, you underbid, and then you underperform, and you lower the bar, and you contribute to the stereotype. Because when it's time to blame and time to stereotype, we get y'all stuff too, and so
of course.
But
look, you let us in
things.
Because the same people that you vote for let us in. Right?
Pineapples. Pause. Wait, whoa, pineapples. Safe word. No. They do what the hell they want to do, no matter if we vote for them or not. As a matter of fact, every 4 years.
Come on now. You gotta own your Harris and your Biden.
4 years, let me finish. Every 4 years, we actually have to get together and vote again to make sure that we even have the right to vote.
You can't get an ID. That's the thing.
No. That's not it's not the matter of an ID. It's not the ID. It's literally in the Constitution that black people still have to vote on whether or not they even want to vote. That is on the ballot. That is on the ballot every year. Surprisingly, it still gets voted in. Fewer and fewer, quote unquote, black people that come into this country know about it. The more that come in, the less black people are able to win that vote. That is what John Lewis was fighting for all the time. I don't even like John Lewis. I think he was overrated. He's like overrated.
Wait, can you please explain that to me? I thought that when you became a citizen, you could vote.
No, we are not citizens here.
Bro, come on.
We are not citizens here. Why do you think we get the treatment that we get?
No, man. I went through the naturalization process. You're a natural born citizen if you're like born in America. That's why they complain about the pregnant Latin ladies that come to have the babies here, because you have then the chain migration of the family. If you're a black person and you're born in America, you are a citizen and you can vote. All you need is an ID.
No.
Okay.
No, that's incorrect as well. That was enacted by Barack Obama. That was only recently. What happened before that? We had to continue to vote. Yo, you don't know. That's what I'm telling you. You don't know that black people still have to vote for the right to vote. You don't know that because you're not.
I'm pretty sure there was a Voting Rights Act back in the 60s or something, man.
No, that was just because it was quote unquote civil rights. Why would a citizen need to fight for something that was already his? Civil is civilian. It's a courtesy for people who are citizens.
Because prior
We
to
are
that, it
not
was not illegal
citizens.
to stop. It was not illegal to stop people from voting. Prior to that, it actually wasn't illegal. So the things that they were doing to prevent black people from voting, it wasn't illegal until that act.
But today, how are the white supremacists stopping you from voting?
It's not the
For,
white
You haven't been
supremacists that
watching
are
the
doing
TV.
it. It is literally our government, our Congress, our Democrats and Republicans all agree on the same thing. But you're still taking it as just white supremacists. Damn a white supremacist. I'm more worried about our politicians who are
You
well,
didn't
white
see
supremacists.
them.
no, we're
You
on
didn't
the
see them
same
throwing
boat.
away. You didn't see them throwing away
No,
votes, Cuban.
no.
You didn't see
Unfortunately,
Trump
we are not
actually
on
tried to
the same
bully
boat.
the state of Georgia into changing their count. You didn't see that? Where they caught him on the phone trying to tell the man to change the vote count. Back in the day, they used to do it. So you
Right.
didn't
They
see.
did it in
You're acting like
Florida
you don't see this
with
stuff.
Bush
They were
twice.
throwing away. They were throwing away the ballots that were mailed in. They were shutting down voting centers. Because and things like, how are they stopping you? Are you playing with us now, Cuban?
That's what I'm asking. Because
Are you
did
playing
you
with us
not? Were
now?
you not there when Bush was elected into office twice?
Right, but
Florida,
the Supreme Court basically
no,
decided that there didn't need to be a recount, from what I remember.
Florida was still behind the voter fraud in both of those situations. Florida,
Hmm.
your hometown, bruh, your home
Okay.
state, and you don't know
Can
about
I
that?
say something as a citizen for Florida?
Please,
He
please do.
said about the ID, because I actually went up and looked up the voter ID laws, and
Okay.
in Florida they have about 13 forms of ID that are
Okay.
available. But in order for those forms of ID to be valid, they have to have a signature panel and a picture. So
Right.
in the state of Florida, they have a default mandatory voter ID law. The only portion of the ID I don't know about may be the military ID, but all of the forms of ID that they say are acceptable, like a ID, college ID has a picture. It doesn't have a signature panel. So they do
Okay.
a lot of double talk. And an ID costs $15 to $20. And if they made it mandatory and they came out and said you had to have a state of Florida issued ID, they would have to make it free. So they do a lot of talking and listing stuff up there. But when people actually read the statutes and go into the voter IDs and go into the laws, and that was one of the major points they made during the election. Oh, you should have to have a state ID. When in actuality, by default, we do have a state required voter ID. But have you went and looked up the voter requirements for the state of Florida? Have you looked up the statutes and the requirements?
No, I just went with my driver's
Okay.
license.
So my point is, you don't know. You haven't taken the time out. And they say no investigation, no right to speak. If you haven't
But I
investigated,
voted twice
my
in
point,
Florida.
okay, you haven't investigated, you have no right to speak on it.
But
So the
I mean,
things that
you
you
can
do
get a
not,
state ID
things that you do not,
or a license.
and guess what? If they made it mandatory, if they came out and actually said it, other than listing 13 things that are
Hmm.
actually not applicable, they would have to make it free for people. And the reality is, it's not hard to make a damn ID free. We go online and we go in Walmart every fucking day, and we can pick up those cards that cost pennies to make it free. And you have to ask yourself, these cards, they have McDonald's cards, they have all kind of cards up there on the things that are free. So why is it so financially impactful that they could not make a
So you do
statement?
want free things from the government.
I don't want no fucking free things, because let's get it straight. I pay for
If
every
you
motherfucking
ask
thing
that
I
My bad,
time,
get.
Neophyte. My bad. My bad.
So hold up. I don't got no fucking free education. I don't get no free health and none of that free stuff. So you could miss me with that bullshit, because this not the panel for free stuff. If you want to have that argument, take your ass down to the welfare office and find some bitches down there you can have that with. But this ain't that place, because
I have a
everybody on
question
this
for the
panel.
panel right quick. I have a question for the
Everybody
panel.
on this panel works. So go somewhere with that free bullshit. Because if you haven't learned, we all some working motherfuckers. So go somewhere with that. That's not a valid argument. So please don't keep bringing it up trying to trigger somebody. It's not valid, honey. Pick another one.
But okay, I think
But
that
no,
black people
okay.
can.
About to
But
do it
no,
again.
not black
About to do
people,
it again.
not black people, because when they
Something
make
triggered
this
you
fuck,
again.
we only 13% of the population in the state of Florida. We only 13% of the population in the whole motherfucking country. So if they make it free, it's what 13 minus 100 is what 87, 73 or something like that. So it will be free to all of those people. Only 13% of black people may actually get free. And when you take it from the people that's working, it will be even less than that. So go somewhere else with them false ass statistics, because it wouldn't be us getting it free. It would be the other people. The majority of the population would be getting it free. And out of
But
those 13% that are black people, we actually fucking work. So it wouldn't even
right,
be
so you can
13%.
afford
Bitch,
the driver's
I
license or
can
a state
afford it.
ID.
I don't. I bet I'm not every motherfucking body. Get that straight. Cause the person that's homeless, and they talk about the homeless population, those people would be able to get it and vote. Cause it ain't me. Cause I have a fucking house that I live in. I've been employed since I was 16 goddamn years old. So go somewhere else with that free bullshit. I'll clean shit. So you go and tell somebody else with that damn stereotype you trying to push about black people wanting free shit. So cause before I worked
So
at Burger King. So go
so what do
somewhere
black
else.
people want if they
And
don't
guess
want free
what?
things?
Bitch, we don't want no fucking free things. We want to be able to go out to work and get the same fucking pay that somebody else get. And we don't need motherfuckers like you coming up on panels talk about you pro-black when your fucking ass is anti-black.
You playing
I'm
now?
not
I wanna,
anti-black
I
at
wanna
all.
curse
I
you out
just
Yes,
now.
the fuck you is. You look black, but you Cuban. Because we all know y'all Cuban motherfuckers don't consider yourself black. So miss me with that bullshit. So you coming up here with your black hair and your black skin, but you don't consider yourself black.
but
We know
I'm not
that.
a black American.
I don't give a fuck if you
Although
don't.
technically I
You
am a
don't
black
consider.
American
And
citizen.
when you take your black ass to Cuba, just like
Yes,
we the bottom of the totem pole here, your black ass is the bottom of the totem pole there. And you trying to
true.
marry a light bitch to have babies with so your children can be lighter, probably.
That's not the reason.
Unless,
It depends on the lady.
unless you trying to jump on the pro-black Hispanics, man. I want me a black woman because I'm gonna jump on that train.
I mean, it just depends on the lady.
No, it don't depend on the lady.
Everybody have a
It
preference,
depends
though.
on you.
Oh yeah, of course I have
You're
a
gonna pick.
preference.
You're gonna pick what
Well,
you
hey,
like,
what's your
though.
preference?
That's okay.
What's your
Asians.
preference?
This is awful.
So,
This
What's
is
your
so are we?
preference?
awful.
Are we? So have
I
we
want to know
closed our
what your
thoughts
preference
out?
is. What's
Asian
your
girls.
preference?
Asians.
Huh?
Asians.
Yep, cause you gonna
Asians.
take your little Asian girls. So I'm
East
ask you a
Indian,
question. Do you
Asian.
have
East Asian,
the
you
do
know,
you have the dick
so I
that
can be
matches
all
Asian
patriarchal.
girls? Do you have
Slaves.
Yeah.
Slaves. Well, they're used to small Johnsons, so we don't have to use
that's
that.
what I'm thinking,
They'll be
passionate
easier.
bliss. You know, he
They'll be
needs
easier
a
to please.
girl that stroke his ego.
That's
Yes,
what one of my
it feels
Oh
friends.
good.
boy,
He said the
Hey,
reason
take
that
what you gotta
bruh.
take. You do what you gotta do.
he said that white
Cause
men
you
don't like
might
big
then
butts
get that
because they
black
don't have
part.
the equipment to handle that.
Yes.
That's why they don't like
Oh
big
god damn
butts.
it.
Uh, but
What is
so now,
what
so for the
what is
topic, are
that
we closing out the
question that
topic?
the young lady had?
The original topic was black
Hey,
men
if he
attacking
could
black
put out
men,
his
Oh,
stereotypes,
there
we
was
family.
can
a
put
young
out
lady
our
in the call
stereotypes.
here.
If he can put
Shelly
out
had a
his
question, I believe. Yeah.
stereotypes, we can put out
I know,
ours.
right? We've been dealing with his
I
stereotypes
did
all
have a
night.
question for you. I don't see your name on the screen, but
Cuban.
okay, because you were saying, what do black people want? Black people generally want the same thing everybody else wants. We want to be able to take care of ourselves. We want to
Yes.
have our communities. It's not really that complicated what we want. But I did have another question because you talked about I don't even remember exactly what you said, but black people have built infrastructure in this country that was completely destroyed. And even with us trying to rebuild it now, we're met with resistance because I was on another panel and me and my husband, we're into nation building.
Hmm.
So a lot of people say, well, what are you talking about? Segregation? And it's like, no, we want infrastructure for ourselves. We want to be able to determine how our communities look. And when we talk about that, people call us racist. But I noticed in Miami, I lived in Miami for a long time. Nobody called Little Havana racist. Nobody calls the Jewish community racist. So why is it that when we say we're going to build something strictly for ourselves to build ourselves up, we're met with all this resistance? I don't think people really want us to do that because people exploit us and they're like parasites on our culture. So when we say we're going to pull away and build something for ourselves, we're always met with resistance. So
Well,
it's not as simple as people try to make it out to be.
I
People
have
try
a
to
theory
block us
about
from
that.
every angle.
You have a
I want
theory.
to ask, why are you here? You don't even date Black women. What is your
Whoa, whoa,
purpose for
whoa!
being here?
You're
Because
assuming a
we
lot
have a
there.
lot of
You're
we ain't
assuming
talking
a
about our
lot.
Cuban brothers, but we have a lot
Just
of
because
Black
I have a
men.
preference
Let
doesn't
me
mean that I
finish
don't
my
date Black
question,
women.
and then you can answer my question. We have a lot of Black men that don't date white Black women that come into Black spaces. You prefer Asian women, so WTF? You here? Why are you here? You don't even have a respect for Black people. You
Whoa,
don't
whoa,
like
whoa!
Black women.
That's
So what is
another
your
assertion.
purpose for being here? What is your purpose for being here?
Well, okay, let me answer Shelly first. Shelly, I think that they don't want, they, meaning the people that criticize Black people trying to build back up their own spaces, they don't want you to be self-sufficient and to basically become empowered, because then they can't use you to divide America. I think that the people that used Black people to divide America and to this day do it are white socialists. You know, I think Malcolm X spoke about this. And they did it back in the 1920s when they infiltrated all the HBCUs and all the intellectual Black people that basically leaking liberal. But I am here because for some reason I care about Black people. I can't help myself. And it makes me sad that Black men and Black women are fighting like
Yes,
this.
especially when we're so amazing.
Yeah, we are. Like, no, I love Black people. I like Black culture. I will date, you know, any type of woman, including Black women. I just have a thing, you know. Everybody has a thing. And since I was a little kid, so you know. But yeah.
If you had asked, what do we want? I didn't answer that question. I can answer for you. We would like for them to leave us alone. We would like white people to leave us alone. We would like for them to stop killing us. We would like for them to stop, putting our men and our children in jail. We would like for them to, stop trying to block us. We would like for them to stop stealing our culture and appropriating it and making money off of it and then locking us out of the markets for it. We would like for them to, if we're so inferior, okay, and they're so superior to us, then why do they always interfere with us when we try to separate from them? Okay, we have Black Wall Street, they burned it down. We have Rosewood, they burned it down. Anytime we advance past them, they come for us and attack us. Why can't they just leave us alone? We ain't bothering them. We do not bother them. Do we go into the white people neighborhood and mess with them? No, only once they've lynched us, once they've beaten us, and once they choke a man to death in the street in front of us all. Yeah, then we start going to their neighborhoods. If they could do those things, I would be satisfied with that. Just leave us alone. Okay, because we're not bothering you, and if we're so inferior, then why don't you want us to go? Okay, why can't we leave? We're only 13% of the population. I mean, what do you need us so bad for? That you have to systematically, consistently try to oppress us and block us. Who else they may sit down? Bill Cosby, he tried to buy a network. They had to put Bill in jail, even though he'd been drugging people for years. T.I., they're trying to get rid of him after he made some money moves. They got him cited by the IRS. Steve Harvey, they took all his shows away when he tried to make money moves and set himself up as his own backer, and he'd be the only one getting all the money and cutting them out. Okay, they fired him from everything. Nick Cannon, they fired him from everything. And so if we're so inferior, then why do you interfere with us so much? Why are you always in our faces? Why are you always concerned about us? Quit stealing from us, huh?
And just to be even and balanced and fair, even Marilyn Manson is under this oppression right now, which is, I think, is freaking hilarious that they would even come. but these are extremely valid points that she's bringing up right now. Extremely valid points. We don't want anything free. We want to be free. We were emancipated a long time ago. we already know that technically emancipation, by definition, is not freedom. It is only liberty. It is permission to move around. We're still minorities. Minority doesn't mean that you are a minor, lesser people. You don't have the numbers. It means that you can't take full responsibility for yourself. It's a legal term.
Let me
All
share.
we only want to be left the hell alone.
I agree with that.
Let me share a little piece of something. I'm not a T.I. fan, but what T.I. did say was buy land, not the other bullshit. Buy land. We just had a group of black people that bought a town or 96 acres. And I said, T.I. said buy land. I ain't listening to that motherfucker for too much, but it's mighty funny that this thing comes up. And I'm not a fan of T.I. He misogynistic and all that, but like I said, a broke clock is right twice a day. And we can go into a restaurant. I never forget, just a couple of weeks ago, I was in Applebee's. It was only 4 people in the damn restaurant. I go to the bathroom. This bitch eyeing me like crazy. I'm like, oh, Cynthia, it's in your head. It is not them. So I get back to my table and I'm sitting down. I'm like, babe, I think them people were staring me down over there. He's like, oh shit, they're looking at us. How the hell we can go in a restaurant and be minding our own business, having fun, laughing, kikiing, but the motherfucking white people over there worrying about us having fun. We ain't worried about them because we in our own business, in our own conversation, and they so fucking bored they don't have a goddamn identity without us that they can't even enjoy the company they're with because they steady looking at us. We ain't studying them, but they worrying about us. And I don't support T.I. for anything, but they said buy land. And I'm going to say this to my black people right now. Right now, in a conspiracy theorist, you could take this for what you say. I'm involved in a black farmers group, and it's a lot of talk right about now about black people being only 1% of farmers in the country. And how Bill Gates has bought up millions of acres of land, and how so many other people, I'm going to tell you this here. We built this fucking country on agriculture, but we were the wrong side, and we're going to be the motherfuckers that save this country on agriculture, because behind the scenes, it's a lot of black people. We may not own millions, but what we do is we respect the land, just like Native Americans respect the land, and we're going to come a full 360 degrees back to the beginning, except for this time, we're not going to be on the wrong side of agriculture. We're going to be the bitches that save this fucking climate. And while you here talking about black people and your, what is it, Reddit stocks and all that bullshit, they running up, we're going to be behind the scenes saving this fucking country. So you keep your fucking racist attitudes while you're talking about we built this country. If it weren't for agriculture, it wouldn't be no United States. It wouldn't be no for and none of that other shit. We built this country and we're going to rebuild it. But we're going to have enough sense to be on the right side of agriculture.
I agree. Buy land.
Yeah.
And you stay in Miami in your high rise.
No, I wanna buy land
stay
this
there.
year.
Leave my country black ass over here.
Well, I'm already in Georgia. I'm coming.
In Miami with your racist ass.
I'm already in Atlanta,
Don't bring
so
your non-black ass. Keep your Cuban ass over in Miami.
Cuban says he's coming.
It's too late. We're everywhere now.
I don't want you.
You know
here.
how many Cuban truckers there are?
I don't want you here. Stay your ass in Miami.
We're
and I'm
everywhere.
keep my black country ass over here.
I'm not worried about the Cuban truckers. I'm more worried about the Arab truckers.
Oh, for real?
You have no idea. They're coming over here in droves.
Yeah, man. And those guys don't play, man. They don't change into the culture. They change the culture in the country that they get to, man.
Well, you put your machetes up against they bombs, and we're gonna stay back here in the background because they ain't worried about our black ass.
I would bomb it.
You should look at some African history. They were pretty bad to the Africans.
I ain't worried about them. We already know what they did. But you over there, y'all argue with each other and leave our black ass over here in the cut.
Just a sidebar. Akon Akon has got approval for the groundbreaking of his country.
Ooh,
He's
Yeah,
the
been
he
whole
gonna be like
country?
the
That's amazing.
Nigerians. He gonna be
yes.
like the people that sold they sons and daughters into slavery. We know that's what Akon about.
Oh
Hey,
my.
are you
He
sure?
is that nigga.
I've been following Akon for quite a while now, because one of my financial goals is to purchase a few commercial vehicles so that I can participate in the commercial industry that he's pretty much going to be creating with the building of this city. I mean, we're talking about building Wakanda and whatnot, and literally Akon is building Akonda.
Really?
And I'm gonna just sit up, and I will definitely be wrong about Akon. I will sit over here and say, you know what, I was so motherfucking wrong. But it ain't gonna be the only thing I'm gonna be wrong about in this life. But look, we're gonna let Akon do what he do, and hope he not the person that sold our black ass over here into
Oh,
slavery.
Senegal. That's cool, dude.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I just want to say thank you for bringing me up here on this panel. I was on YouTube just strolling, and I ran into your channel, and I really like this channel. I subscribe. I'll definitely be back. If anybody wants to check out my channel, I'm here on YouTube also at the my screen name. And if you guys want to check out my book, you can do that too. It's on Amazon, Grown Little Girls. And this was a great bill. So just thank you for inviting me up here.
Okay, you're welcome. Anytime. Come back. Um,
What is your book about?
Whew, it's a mixture of things, but it's mainly about teenage girls who get into relationships with older men and the family dynamic about how that even, comes into play. It's a
I
really
just
good book.
I just did a
Y'all check.
tarot reading on a young lady that was in that very same situation.
Yeah, it's still a big problem in our community. Really every community, but our
Well,
community.
we know how Celia got sold to Mister, so we all know that.
Oh no, color purple. Color purple
I
was
focus a lot on the family end of it too though, because a lot of the pressure gets put on the girls, but it's really the upbringing. So, you know, you guys
You
should
know,
go ahead and check it out.
girl, I will
that sounds like
definitely
it's
check it
taking
out
his right
because
next to
they blame everything on the pussy. Even though the man was supposed to be in this religion, the head, somehow he can't take his dick in his own hands, and the women are to blame for his failure to control his dick. Cause our
Y'all
skirts
keep.
were 1 inch above our ankle bone.
I am an advocate for uh, the female parts. I love them. They're awesome. I could go on and on about my love for women.
Well,
Right?
I wish you would tell these men that it is not weak to be weak for a woman. What the hell you gonna be weak for, a dick?
Well,
Oh
And
my.
we
we
ain't gonna even talk about
Wait, 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 wait. You
hold up.
can't be all
Let's go back
vulnerable.
into the book of Esther when we talk
yes,
about in them Bible days. Because I'm gonna tell you,
let, me,
one time I was being such a devil when I
Good
was younger,
night,
and my
y'all.
husband, I mean my
let,
uncle.
let me tell you what I am
We
strong
ain't
for
gonna
the
talk
women.
about all them parties
Let me,
where them men parted with each other and what
yeah,
they did after they got drunk. We ain't gonna talk
that
about them men
Greek.
partying with each other and when they did they got drunk because they didn't have no respect for women. But it is nothing wrong with being weak for a woman. You're supposed to be weak for a woman. Now I would question the man that's weak for a man.
Your weakness for a man. Yeah. All right. I can dig that.
you
Oh,
guys are still
I
our weakness.
said I would
Even though you're
question
attacking
the
us.
man that is weak for a man. I would
Oh,
rather
okay.
be the man that is weak for a woman than a man that is weak for a man. But hey, everybody can pick their own poison.
Well,
My autocorrect in my brain only sees men and women. I'm sorry.
Well,
It
I'm just saying
autocorrects.
the men
Yeah.
up there saying it is so off. It is just you just a simp for being weak for a woman. What's the alternative? Being weak for a man. And if that's your poison, you pick it. But hey, I ain't mad about what people do in their bedroom. But if I were a heterosexual man, I would say all day, yes, I was weak for a woman. I was weak.
woman, because that's better than being weak for a man if I'm a heterosexual man.
If I can
But
add a
you're
week to that.
not. You can't be weak because then women will walk all over you.
Men that only respect men need to fuck men.
No, you can respect a woman, of course.
Men that only respect men need to fuck men. Fuck what you respect.
This is going into a weird place.
Yeah, it kind of is. I respect women, you know.
But you
I'll-
think they're less than men. You think they're
No,
less than men.
I think that they're not the same. I think that women are different from men.
And I believe the opposite.
But
You
I'm
think
gonna
they're
tell
the
you, if I be weak for anything, it will be a man. It will not be another woman. I will rather be weak for my man, my husband, than I will ever be weak for a woman. But if you, as a man, would prefer to be weak for another man, you live that.
I like this tone of voice way better than before.
Women will lose respect for you.
You take that because this
Okay,
is the tone of voice that
checking
my
out.
husband gets to the man that I am submissive to.
There you go.
Checking out.
And see, that's the thing is that men hear a projection of strength or a projection of what's not timid, and you assume that she doesn't know how to submit. You assume that she won't submit.
Yeah, but you realize that as just branding or marketing, that's a terrible first impression.
Well, it depends on who's the buyer.
Yeah.
Also, yes,
Yeah.
if you're kind of used to it or whatever, then I'm sure it it
And
works.
the thing is, that, and you've already admitted that you don't know very much about Black culture, and so you might not know that.
No, yeah, it's true. I'm completely in like deep waters over here.
Yeah, if
So
you
while that
found
might-
yourself a Lisa Left Eye Lopez, you'd be in hot water, Brett. Me personally, I advocate for Lisa Left Eye Lopez. I am a big advocate for that woman and her decision to burn down the house because an asshole was being an asshole. I'm for that. He was out of line. He was out of pocket. He suffered the wrath of a Black woman. That's not masculine.
and he
That
knew it.
is-
He went to court with her.
There's a woman.
He went to court with her. He was
But wait,
fine.
what did he do? Did he hit her?
He had hit her. Yeah.
Oh fuck
He
yeah,
hit her.
man. Yeah, you
Like,
gotta
what did
defend
you
yourself. That's stupid.
Like you poked the bear and got the claws. What did you expect?
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
not play games here.
They didn't
Our
break
Black
up. He went to
women,
court with her.
our Black women should all right. Look, we have a Greek understanding of what it means to be feminine. We have a Victorian a way of looking at beauty standards. This is not Black. This is not African. This is not Cuban. This is not Dominican. This is not Haitian. This is not Black in general. Our Black women have a certain amount of balance of both masculine and feminine for a good damn reason.
Okay.
They are gods.
Whoa.
Period. Point blank, the end. Why? You cannot get to this realm without first going through one. You have a mother, yes.
Okay, I could see that.
Well, how else did you get here? I mean, like, you didn't get here through a man. I would hope not. That would be awful.
Well, no, but I came out of like the balls, then went into the uterus, and then kind of got with an egg, and then I came out of the.
No. And an electric spark created from the semen sparked the energy in the egg, which is only found in a woman. Genetics will tell you
Yeah,
that.
but the woman,
men-
it's not like Mary, whatchamacallit, the Holy Mary of God, just Holy Mother of God that just, can have a baby because of like, without having
wrong.
sex.
Again, you are a Cuban, sir. You know about Yemaya. Let's not play it like you don't know this culture.
Right.
You know who Yemaya is. You know who I'm talking
Yes, the
about.
Lady
You know
of the
who
Sea,
Mama
yes.
Waka is. You know what I'm talking about. So let's take this Bible narrative.
Hey
and
man,
put it in the
I'm
same
telling you,
category as the
I
Greek
come from
narrative.
a post-colonial, country, man. What am I gonna do?
There it is. All right. Let me tell you. If you suggest yourself to this Greek notion of immaculate conception and not use your African version of the immaculate conception, then you're doing yourself a disservice. Your genetics tell you that women had to have come first. There is no XY substitution for that. This is science. You can't can't deny this. This just it goes against everything that is.
Oh, because in the Bible, women came from men, but in the African lore, the men came from the women.
Exactly my point.
But
Interesting.
are you Catholic? What are you?
Who, me?
No.
I'm kind of Christian.
You kind of Christian.
Yeah.
Well, did Adam say, baby, I'm lonely, God. Every one of these animals out here got a mate. I ain't got nobody. Can you send me somebody? Because we wasn't even thought of. We was fine not existing. You asked for us. You
That's
asked.
true.
That's another
So
Greek.
so you need to humble yourself and respect what you asked God for.
Oh,
We
I
would've been fine not
completely
existing.
agree. Men
Okay.
should respect women.
Well, calm some of that down and honor your woman that you asked for, because we didn't ask for you, because we was fine not existing. You respect what you asked for.
You was moping in the garden, looking all sad.
I'm not complete. Everybody out here got somebody to talk to and deal with, and I ain't got nobody. God, can you please send me somebody? I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you.
That's
the
a true
scary
story.
part is the actual narrative is that it was a woman that came before both Adam and Eve.
Well, we talking about his Judeo-Christian upbringing.
Unfortunately, that is a lie.
Well, that's what he is. That's what he say he will. He's more Christian. So we going by his representation. Because I'm gonna respect this man and his religion.
Thank you for respecting.
That's the one thing I don't do. I unfortunately don't respect those
Well,
religions.
I respect everybody, because whatever God you choose, you got to suffer the consequences behind them actions. So we're gonna let every man deal with his stuff on his own. And this man say he Judeo-Christian or whatever. So we're gonna respect the fact that he asked for his woman. And he gonna respect his woman. He's gonna honor what he asked for. Because when I ask for stuff on Christmas and I get it, I'm supposed to treat it well.
Okay.
Word.
Okay, guys. Well, I think we had a lively discussion. We've identified
Yeah.
some reasons, why there is the attack or the hatred towards Black women, some possible reasons, and we have come up with some solutions. We said you're not going to take it personally. We're going to be prepared for dialogue. Be direct. Ask them why they feel that way and why they believe that. And as individuals, we will take the opportunity when presented to correct any bad behaviors, whether it's terms like bitches and hoes, or whether it's hold door open for ladies. That individually we'll try to correct, when we see things going wrong in the community. Okay. So did you guys have any closing statements you wanted to make?
I usually always have a closing statement, but I don't want to be rude. There's a lot of talking points, and I think the subject matter is still more important than our tirade that we went on. Let's see. My opinion on the Black women being under attack. I agree with it. The Black women are under attack, but the problem is they've been under attack, mainly because they've strayed away from the place that they were put in. They were put in a place of domestic servant. They are no longer this domestic servant. And for this betrayal to the white man, they are pitted against the Black man. We are placed at odds to keep us from becoming once again what we used to be, the Holy Trinity. The Black woman and child is where everything comes from. If we realize that, then we sit back on our throne of power. No one in their right mind who is white wants this. So any tool that can be used to keep Black women and Black men fighting, it's going to be used, from economics all the way down to your spirituality. Your spiritual economy is in shambles. We are fighting like children because the the person responsible, the people responsible for destroying us in the first place, is having a hissy fit. They're having a whole temper tantrum and don't want you back in control. Until we realize this, we're going to continue to, quote unquote, fight. I don't see it as a fight. I think we're bigger than it. And I think that we're not too far away from actually being unified in the first place. True unification, not the stereotypical unification that we're accustomed to hearing about on the media. But I'm talking about our family structure and the tradition behind it. That's the one thing that I believe that we are missing. Not culture, but tradition. Practices that we used to do. Things that we used to do before we were captured, before we were kidnapped, before we were stolen, before wars were waged, and we became, what's a good analogy here? Prisoners of war. We are prisoners of war. They went to war, stole us, or kidnapped us. That's a POE. We should be flying that flag, a POE flag, our own little POE flag, prisoner of war. Because only then, when we realize that we are prisoners of war, could you actually qualify legally for what is known as a reparation, a repair of your nation for the damages caused. It's a legal term. It's legalese. It's not something that's owed to you. Haiti is a prime example. And this is my last point. Haiti is a prime example of this. They won the first stage of their war and was awarded reparations. They went to war again with the Spaniards and lost. And they had to pay reparations back. And they only recently finished paying it off. This is why Haiti is divided in two, the Haitian side and the Dominican Republic side, or the French side and the Spaniard side. This is why they're so impoverished. It's not because they are poor people. It's because they've been paying back a debt that was falsely acquired. Had Haiti actually sat on their seat of power like they were supposed to, America would not be the same, because it was divided by the Louisiana Purchase, which happened just before the Haitian Revolution, or just at the ending of the Haitian Revolution. Coincidence? I think not. Louisiana, before it became Louisiana, before the Louisiana Purchase, is property of Haiti. This is our land. This is Haitian land. We can't take it back, but causes for a lot of uneasy feelings about what is owed to Black people.
I think that's what did Bernie in with Black people too. He didn't want to even consider reparations.
Right. I don't want reparations. I want Louisiana back. I want the entirety of it. I'm not talking about just the little corner that they have now, but I'm talking about the original Louisiana Purchase included everything from Louisiana all the way up to Canada.
Succession.
Know your history, folks. Just saying. You might have a different opinion on it once you know the fine details. But on that note,
okay,
I'll relinquish the mic, and hopefully we can chop it up about this whole matter on a later note.
Okay, sure will. Thank you for coming. You're part of the panel, and you can shoot me any topic ideas you would like, and we can explore them at any time. Okay, Cuban, did you have some closing thoughts? You were in the hot seat a good bit.
Yes. Just Black men and Black women, we gotta love each other, man. Maybe we have to compromise on some things, but at the end of the day, we've got this whole like I hear about swirling and this and that and the third, and honestly, ain't I'm gonna say it. I don't talk like this, but ain't nobody checking for us like that. You know, um, we pretty much, and even I with my preferences, I see that black girls like me more than other races of girls. That's just a fact of life.
You ain't seen me, bruh.
Yeah, yeah,
You
you're
only
killing them
seen
out
my
there.
avatar, homeboy.
Oh yeah. But I mean, it's just the way it is. Like I think in general, every race likes itself, and that's perfectly normal, perfectly fine. So like, let's build together. Let's stop all this, crazy fighting. If you have a complaint with your particular spouse, fine, but don't. We don't have to also like kind of make a big deal, or everybody kind of sees what's going on. Um, it's entertaining, but it's kind of depressing. So I think we just gotta take care of each other, man. And in terms of like the Cuban side versus the Black American thing, what am I gonna do, man? Like we all have our experiences. I'm trying to do the best I can. Um, but yeah, just be in anything. If anything, if I wanna, I guess, be a little spicy at the end. Um, I do appreciate that you are in America, which is still the best country, or at least the most powerful and financially powerful country in the world. I don't know for how long, but take advantage now and buy land, and be thankful that come from a country like mine, or some other countries that people come here. So you're the most powerful Black people in the world just by being born here. Just gotta take it and use it. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Well, I do appreciate your thoughts, and I do feel hopeful, and I feel like even if just us as individuals take one step at a time, we can take one step closer to one another, and we can rebuild our community and rebuild each other. And I think we can do it. We just have to start somewhere, and I say we start here. And we start at Courtney's house. We start at the other panelist's house, and we can visit each other and support each other, and just keep each other in the loop, and we can do big things together, I think. Okay. All right, guys. Thanks for coming and being on the panel. Y'all have sweet dreams. We can find them all real. Okay. And feel free to network. Okay, so let me end this live.